How's it going, everyone? I'm Upside Down, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show host, Ara Still.
And Volcel, and no Fenurian, because Fenurian is absent once more, doing whatever it is he does with a car out on the road. But hopefully, although he can usually never promise anything for sure, he will be in late, so he may show up.
Yes,
But
indeed.
first of all, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvdw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvdw. You can join us in a Discord server, which is the best place to communicate with us because connecting to Twitter is bad for your soul. Um, And you can get there by clicking the link provided in the show description underneath the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So this week on the show, we got. Did we cover? We only covered some of the ZZ Pack. Did we cover all of it last week? I can't remember.
I don't know. It was down to you. It was whatever your
Right,
play
right,
schedule was.
right. So I'm now done the patch in full and can talk. That's right. We didn't talk about any of the narrative stuff. Yeah, when I have full Forte bar, the coat goes away. Asking before the show.
You grew a tail.
Well, there was already a tail. It's just now on fire. But yeah,
Oh,
you,
Abby is interfering with me.
yeah, they do that. So we have ZZZ to talk about. We've got Vols. We'll have Star Rail to talk about. I don't have much to contribute to that conversation because I haven't yet. Um, and then what you call it? Genshin and hasn't really been doing anything, and Wu was just continuing on with the first patch cycle and the events and stuff going on. And I got a new character to talk about, and Vol's got Ameth to playable now. It appears we're goofing around in his world because his supports are better than
Barely.
mine. We want to use fusion
Not that we,
characters.
not that we generally use whatchamacallit, supports in the running around in the world murdering the wildlife.
Yes,
But I guess all the wildlife in your game was extinct last week, so
yeah, we can flip over if we decide to go elephant hunting. Um, but so yeah, uh, so uh, except for Star Rail, we can probably cover most of the gotchas together. You'll be on your own there because I have not made a full commitment on whether or not I'm gonna hold off and let it get some time under it before I jump into it so that I can have two patches to go through at once to make a better evaluation of the story. Because I
well,
just
I mean, I'm planning to play through it as I have the time to do so. So by the time I get to the end of the first patch, I'll be able to tell you whether it lands on a clunker for the final act of the first patch or something that really needs the next one.
yeah. So there's that, and yeah, I don't know whether I'm committed to it yet. It could be one day, because I'm really waiting for Proud Nordics to come out on the 20th. As the next game I want to play. That's why I'm going through the East games, which I'll talk about during my week. Um, uh, the I'm almost done with Oath and Felgana, so I will have a slot there for a few days where I don't have an active game to play, and I may just decide to go. But if I get a evening where I don't have anything on the docket, but right now I'm leaning more towards laying it. Said I've just logged on and collected the. It's a new patch. Get your bundles of crap. I'll probably log in to get the daily login tickets and stuff that they always have, and then make a final decision after that. If I haven't already just blitzed it. Um. So yeah. Um. First, before we jump into the gotcha stuff proper, I want to go ahead and knock the East talk out of the way because it's going to be totally unrelated to everything else, and it'll go faster. Um. So I mentioned last week how I was going through East 9, and I was right at the end. Apparently, I was able to clean it up the next day, and I managed 100%, true 100% in one playthrough because I played it on Nightmare from the get go. Because some words that came back to haunt me later were East games are usually easy, so playing them on Nightmare is probably appropriate. If you're East 9, that's a good judgment. if we'll get to why that's not such a good judgment later for the older games. Uh, so yeah, East 9 gets a solid recommend. There's nothing special about it. East is always a gameplay first series, but for what it is, it's got interesting characters. I think East 8s are better, and the overall narrative in East 8 is better, but it's comparable at least. It's in the same ballpark. Um, but the story of the island and the Saurians and Donna and her people and the time travel stuff was just done really well in 8. So following that up is always going to be hard. So your final recommendation on East 8 is if you're curious about the series, it's a perfectly fine starting point because you're isolated from the rest of the East world. East is generally one of the better franchises where you can just jump in anywhere, even though it's a contiguous story, because every new release is at a random point in
But sooner
time.
or later, Adol's just going to get amnesia.
Yeah, like you're not gonna know who Dogi is, but Dogi is Dogi. He's just Adol's best bud from the first that he met in the very first game.
He's probably used to Adol having amnesia by now as well.
Yeah, in Memories of Celceta, where Adol has to go recover his memories over time, Dogi is there in the background doing stuff the whole time, and to him, this is just Tuesday. Like, oh, Adol lost his memories again. Oh, he's hanging out with these other people and going on some adventure. Well, I
I
guess,
think you should probably be doing the responsible thing as a friend and recommending him a neural specialist.
yeah, probably. But yeah, East 9 is one of the harder ones to recommend jumping into because it does call back a lot to the previous games. But the main story is perfectly fine by itself. All you got to keep in mind is that everything is analogous to somewhere in the real world, in the world of East. Um, at least in Europe and Asia. The Americas have been sunk in the world of East. They've been apparently, as I've been informed by stuff in the other games, something happens in East 6 that you figure out about that just sunk the Americas thousands of years ago. But you know if they the Rom the Rom Rum the Roman I can't say their intentional butchery of it, but it's Rome spelled wrong. Empire is there. You instead of Greece, you have the country of Greek, and so Britain is Britae, and yeah, it's all like that when you're going through it. So it's easy to tell where in the world they're talking about, and their cultures are roughly analogous to the real world stuff. So just think kooky fantasy version of whatever country
Okay,
they're
where's it spelling?
yeah, just think kooky fantasy version of whatever silliness they're doing, and you're good to go. Uh, but yeah, so if you're going to get into an East one that uses the party system, I would do 8 first. 9 is pretty much just what happens if we do more of 8 and refine it a little bit, clean up some of the rough edges. Um, the only thing that I would say holds people back a bit from East as a or East 9 in terms of it being compared to East 8 is number one, the story and characters just a hair behind East 8. So number two, it takes place all in one city. Um, and the surrounding areas of that city. So there ain't a whole
Adol
lot of
looks so emo by comparison.
yeah. He's at his oldest, his most world weary. So yeah, it's the world doesn't feel as expansive and as it feels like a bit less of a traditional adventure, which is adult stick, and so you'll get there with it. It's still perfectly fine. There's plenty of places and diverse environments in the city itself to explore, but don't expect your traditional temples and lava mountains. Apparently, this is just a deal breaker for some people.
Is it this sort of like getting upset that there's no poison swamp in Souls though?
Yeah. Oh, Lupa. Oh, Lupa. I have 9 HP. I'll be back.
I'm afraid that I can't make you not play recklessly.
Oh, I was trying to talk and play at the same time. So okay, where was I going with that? Right. But other than that, East 9 gets a solid recommend. Um, but if you're gonna pick a party style game to start with, East 8 is probably cheaper and is a better starting point. Um, so the next East game I tackled was one of the shorter ones that's been sitting on the list, and also one of the much older ones, and that's East Oath and Felgana, which I had not played yet, which is the remake of East 3. I posted in the live show chat already a a picture of the timeline and the chronology here. So it goes East Origin, East 1 and 2, which after you pick a game that hooks you, I generally recommend grabbing those and playing through those because they're so short. Well, East Origin ain't, but 1 and 2 are. East Origin's just good. So if you like isometric action games, it's pretty much the top of its craft. I remember when the game even came out, people were praising how good it was. Um, and then you got East 10, which is the game that just came out. We're getting the enhanced version that the West has been waiting on before we purchase it because they announced the enhanced version 10 days after the Western release of the original version. So nobody in the West bought East 10 base game. Unless they.
Seems like a misstep.
Yeah, so they only screwed over their day one purchasers. Um, so yeah. And then you got the remake of East 4, which was originally two games made by two different companies, one Falcom and one third party. And they mushed the two games' stories together into something coherent because originally East 4 was just kind of a mess. It was at a weird time in Falcom as a company's history. They weren't sure if they were going to have to start outsourcing stuff or not, but they've retconned both of the two individual games to no longer be canon and replace them with Memories of Celceta, which doesn't have the best narrative because it is just kind of a mush together thing, but it's serviceable. It's fine. It does use the earlier system of the party system though, which can cause some interesting quirks. And then you got Oath and Felgana, which is East 3. Um, so the story in Oath and Felgana is Adel and Dogi are returning from Celceta or wherever we were in that game. I forget the name of the city. And they decide to stop by Dogi's hometown since they're heading up into the Felgana region anyway.
Also, they must not be on a boat then, because otherwise they never would have managed to.
They were, but
anywhere.
well, they were on a boat when they got there, but it was a dinghy that him and that Dogi and Adel were sailing across the ocean, and it somehow made it to land in one piece. So Dogi's walking.
Do they even question the logic of doing such idiotic things like crossing the ocean in a dinghy?
Hey, look. East 9 has revealed that Adel's adventurer autism is a reason that the world is still intact. So we're just gonna let him keep being a dumb adventure autist. Because that really is Adel's only character trait, is he just likes to go on adventures and have fun and meet new people and see new things. Whenever people talk about ancient ruins, he gets the Bishi sparkles in universe. Like the dude just loves to go exploring places, and every time there's a new adventure, he has to be sure he doesn't use any of his old powers and refuses to do it, and abandons all of his old super powerful equipment, all his legendary weapons and artifacts and stuff. He gets rid of it on purpose, and we figure out what happens at the end of East 9 if he didn't. Because it turns out if you take all of his memories, manifest them in a dream world as a what if Adel that didn't get rid of all of his legendary crap and kept all of his powers and continued to shape their use over his adventures, you get a minor to mid tier god who can destroy the entirety of a whole region. Who is also just turned into a crazy murder hobo with body tats and wings. Though that might have been an affectation of the guy that brought him into the dream world. Yeah, unfortunately, that is another problem with East 9, where only diehard East fans will know about it, or people that have looked it up, is it relies on alchemy a lot as a concept, because in East 1 and 2, Adel removes traditional magic from the world with that adventure. Any magic after that is either divine in nature, from one of the various deities around, or it's alchemy, effectively. Or it was stuff that was contained from the old magic system in an artifact that still functions because the magic isn't just floating around in the ether. And this game deals with the extremes of alchemy in East 9 with like your homunculuses and your transmutations, traditional classic alchemy stuff. And so the problem is the game that laid the foundations for all that in Ys's universe is Ys 5, which you'll notice on that timeline doesn't exist. And the reason it doesn't exist is because it's never been released in the West. We never got Ys 5. And by all accounts, it's the worst game in this franchise in terms of story and gameplay from everybody
So
that's
they
played it.
figured that they would take more reputational damage if they localized it than they would gain in sales.
Yeah. So if you play Ys 9, you're wondering where all the rules of alchemy were established. Well, you'll get some of them in Ys 9 as the story goes on when the alchemist iterates stuff to you. But it was all in the lost city of Kefin, which was Ys 5. So the rules for that.
Do I open this chest? Dang it!
Oh, it might be story stuff, and multiplayer might screw with it.
Oh, could be.
Yeah. So then after that, you got the more modern Ys games. You got Ys 8, which is everybody's favorite, mine included. Everybody loves Ys 8. The only one that holds a candle to it is Ys Origin for me, and Ys Origin gets it just on gameplay. In terms of story and characters, Ys 8 easily wins. And then you got Arc and Napishtim, which is Ys 6, which is where we get the what I'll be calling the Napishtim engine if I ever talk about a game that uses it. This is where you learn what happened to the Americas and why they got Atlantis. But I don't know how that happened yet because I haven't played Ys 6 yet. It's on the to play list. And then you got Ys 7, which was the first game to use the party system. Have not played that one yet either. So I've just got those two left of the mainline Ys games after that. But I intend to play 10 after Oath and Felghana, so it'll be a ways down the road, and I'll probably take another break from the series before I do 6 and 7. But then I'll be caught up. Hello, something just shot me. So yeah, that's where we're with those. Oath and Felghana. We are looking at a played straight remake of Ys 3, where the overworld and the main city, because there's only one city, is still its PC 8800 whatever ancient piece of tech that didn't ever take off remake, where most of the game that isn't the dungeon, well, I say most of the game, the dungeons are most of the game, and it's not even close. But everything that isn't the dungeons is still its intact PC 88 stuff. Aside from the story, too. The story has been totally reworked to be something coherent because the old story was old. Dialogue cutscenes, what are those? But we have a proper functional story, and it's still a simple story because they didn't change the story of Ys 3. They just made its presentation better and added more cutscenes and dialogue, a lot more cutscenes and dialogue, and gave it voice acting and put some actual character depth and motivations with some characters. But it's still a simple story. It's the evil count that controls the land where Dogi's hometown is. Years ago, didn't accidentally, intentionally wiped out a nearby island village to test out some ancient power in the area. And one of the surviving children was Dogi's best friend, and he's on a revenge spree by working undercover for the Count, and is now going to use that same evil magic to drown the Count's castle, and in that dark magic, and make him terrified for his life, and then eventually murder him, and make him pay for everything he did. And Dogi's trying to talk his friend down from doing this because this is obviously, you're going off the deep end, my guy. Yeah, he's a bad. And they go over it multiple times. They're like, look, yeah, this Count is a bad dude. We get it. You've gone way too far because innocent people are going to get hurt. And he hums and haws and almost pulls out a few times, but at the end of the day, decides he's gone too far and is just going to make everything terrible. So, not a complicated story, but you get to see Dogi's hometown and his backstory. And Dogi's been an ever-present character in all the Ys games, so if you've come late like I did, or you just wondered more about Adol's best bud because he's always present, this is the game where you get it. He's not playable, and he's actually barely in it personally, but you get to meet all the people around him. And he does have a more active role, at least in the background, than he usually does, which is the guy that stays at the camp and acts as the shopkeeper and busts open a wall at least once in the story to keep his namesake alive. So, yeah, it's interesting. And then we get the gameplay part of it. Remember how I said East games are normally easy, and so I set them to Nightmare by default most of the time in order to not make the game a total pushover and actually have it push back a little bit.
That sure was smug of you, wasn't it?
That was me feeling myself a little bit. Yeah, let my confidence get the better of me there. Because turns out Oath and Felghana is special among East games in that it is notoriously hard. And it's an Epistemengine game, which means it's an isometric game with a jump button, which actually the perspective ain't too bad because there aren't very many platform sections. And there is a no fall mode you can turn on if you just really don't want to do isometric platforming, although it's perfectly manageable. There's actually an achievement for turning it on. But what you call it? Yeah. It's interesting going through it because it's just hard because you have very little room for error in anything you do. Now, with the boss fights, this is fine for the most part, except for the part on Nightmare mode. You saw a bit of the first of the phases I've got through the final boss, and how I have to just keep beating my head into him until I learn those patterns, because you can't afford to take very much damage. Now, on Nightmare mode, make it so the very brief pauses between those attacks are gone. Now increases health by 25%. Now make it so he has an even bigger repertoire of moves, because Nightmare mode isn't just a stat increase in Felghana. No. Every difficulty you go up, the boss gets more moves.
What? How can they increase his repertoire? Actually, that might make it easier.
Yeah.
Because then he won't do the fireballs as often.
Unless whatever they add on Nightmare is even worse. Yeah. I think the answer to those fireballs is just you got to get good at switching magic. Because I don't think you can dodge them all. And I think that's specifically why they do half the number of fireballs that we saw in Phase 2 that murdered me both times. So yeah, I did the first boss. In that took about 15-30 minutes for a tutorial boss. Okay, that wasn't quite Kurt levels, but it was there. We were getting there. And then I got to the real end of the tutorial final boss of the first dungeon. And this thing was a slugfest of a 10-minute fight with no way to level myself any higher given the tutorial area I was in, where I just had to sit there and do charged fireballs and meticulously dodge attacks between them and try and find when they would throw an attack that had just enough of an opening I could make myself the space to throw a fireball. I got there, but I was like, oh, good lord, if we're going to be doing this, and checkpoints are as infrequent as they were, and the trash had already killed me a few times, making me lose progress of like 10-15 minutes at a time, I'm not going to be able to finish this game before East 10 comes out. So we'll do Nightmare mode later if I'm motivated. If I'm motivated to get good enough later, because beating this game on hard is already going to be an accomplishment.
Get motivated, Aristeele.
Well, maybe in the future. I do like that style of game, but there's just so many games to play right now. I don't know if it in particular is one I want to commit to. I did like Origin a lot, but yeah. I see triangles. The Mornier triangle. But yeah. So yeah, that came back to bite me in the butt pretty good. But on hard mode, it has been a suitable challenge the whole way through. The game is not long. Even on hard mode, the game is only like, I think my playtime clock's at 10 hours, but the quirk there is, that doesn't count the amount. Anytime you retry a boss, that time doesn't get kept on your play clock. And I've had to retry a lot of these bosses upwards of 10 plus times. Because they just kick your ass. This is not a game for people that want to go into a boss fight and sight read everything. No, no, no. This is a game that is an old school action RPG where you're going to go in there. The boss is just going to kick your ass until you figure out what it does, and over many attempts. And while some people might see this as a problem, given the raw dearth of these type of games these days, I have trouble taking that criticism to heart and actually giving it any merit. Because while I understand that there are some people that would prefer bosses be sight readable, the fact that there's just no slugfest boss fights these days in video games where you have to sit down and beat your face into it and feel accomplished when you're done, those are such a rarity these days outside of like the Souls genre, and even that's starting to soften up on some bosses where they're going for quantity over quality. Like, I just can't dock any points for it. In fact, I give points to it sometimes if they do them good enough. And Felghana's bosses, for the most part, are good enough. There's one boss in particular that really hacked me off. It's this robot centaur horse that's completely armored. You can't damage him normally anywhere on his body except on his tail. His tail is his weak point. But this centaur buffalo thing shoots rockets and lasers and mines all over the place while he's doing his moves. His moves are huge in where they hit, and hitting his tail is an ordeal because you got to get behind him. And he has a move that I'm pretty sure is 100% unreactable. He's the only boss in the game I was like, okay, that is legitimate BS. But every other boss I was able throughout the attempts to get better and consistently dodge stuff. So if you can eventually do that in this type of game, that's fine. That's what you're going for. It's only that one boss where I was like, there's literally no answer that I can see in my toolkit to not take damage. Which may have been the point, because it seems like most of his attacks do way less damage than some of his contemporary boss cohorts. So maybe you are just expected to take the occasional stray hit in that fight. But it's just unavoidable. But yeah. But yeah, Oath and Felghana, one of the narratively, it's so simple you could start with it. But if you're going to start with an Epistem Engine game, start with Origin. Because Origin is going to set you up for the whole series. Though, if you're going to start with Origin, you're going to be missing out a lot because you really should play 1 and 2 first. Because the entirety of East Origin takes place in Darn Tower, like 700 years in the past, and is the backstory for all the stuff that happens in the series with the particular race of superpowered winged people. So you actually go through that dungeon in East 1 as the final dungeon, and the one in Origin is just the bigger, scarier version of that, but it calls back and references a lot of stuff in East 1. And you'll miss out on a ton if you don't do the early games. So yeah, looking forward to East Proud Nordics. It's the next big game I want to get into. Hopefully, I can beat this boss by the end of the week. This final boss, but oh boy, we're at like an hour of attempts now, and he is kicking my butt. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to get good and knock him over. And that's where we're at on East. I just wanted to get that out early so that it doesn't get tacked on at the end. And well, it has zero relation to any of the other stuff we'll talk about. So there's that. Paul, I'll let you guide the Gacha segment now.
I'm busy mourning because you took so long to get to this fight that I got Amith killed. When you have to fight both those guys at once, both those robots at once, it can get quite messy. Anyway. So this week in Gacha. I still haven't been logging into Blue Archive, but apparently the current story is quite good. So if I've got some time, I might log in and just read through the story. A lot of people were disappointed by the first Wild Hunt story because it was very simplistic, but honestly, that's more or less what I expected, and that's the way they usually go. The first one is usually not particularly deep. It's just sort of a taster. But yeah, I've pretty much stopped playing the Arc Knights as well, simply because it's too much of a time vampire. Like, I'll log in and it will be, I've got like 30 minutes and then I'll go to bed sort of thing. And it's like, I'll just set up a production line for X and Y, and they can run during the night and get me items and stuff. And 4 hours later, still trying to optimize it because I didn't have quite enough power, I didn't have quite enough space or quite enough something. Oh no, it's not these two jokers again. Alright, still.
Oh, I'm coming.
But yeah, basically it's just kind of too time consuming even for a gacha, because it's got the, general what has become sort of standard sort of open world gacha puzzle solving and chest finding and that type of thing as well, the likes of which everybody's sort of accustomed to some extent now. That's all in there, so you've got that portion of the game furiously existing, and on top of that, the eternal lure of the tism that very much wants you to indulge. I just don't think that I've got what it takes. I don't think I can balance that with other things because it'll suck me in. And uh I don't necessarily enjoy it proportionally more or anything like that. It's kind of like you still compulsively play Arpeggio Fault even if you're not enjoying yourself,
Mm-hmm.
just to try and optimize a little bit more.
Just how big can I get that gear coin number or whatever to go? Because it's, even though I've got an infinite loop going.
And I mean, that sounds like a really unfair comparison because it is. Nothing deserves to be compared to Arpeggio Fault, but it's the same phenomenon where you can lose sight of whether this is actually a fun way to spend your time because it's just something that involves spending a lot of time. And it's not like I don't enjoy it, but I would like to do more than one thing ever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
With the limited free time that I have, it would be nice if I could do something else sometimes. So yeah, that one's been basically backburnered. It's not like there was anything about it that I disliked. It's just that it takes too long to play. It's a very grabby gacha as far as your time is concerned. And honestly, the premium currency economy just still seems iffy to me. Like the amount that they give out is like they give out twice as much free currency as Genshin, but they require like 3 times as much to pull. So it just doesn't quite feel good. Like they are committed to getting it right. They have purposefully gone for like different numbers and stuff compared to other gachas so as to avoid being, getting tarred with the woo brush, because woo didn't do very well off of being able to so easily attract a reputation of being basically just Genshin, because like everything was like they decided to take a, well, let's not fix what isn't broke approach to things. And the upshot of all that in the end was that they had things like the 160 unit pull and that type of thing, and it kind of didn't really matter where they were better because it was kind of obvious where they'd drawn their inspiration. And there's this whole sort of toxic discourse surrounding that type of thing. Oh my goodness, I'm getting ruined here.
You up there? I gotta figure out how to get up there. Like,
But I don't know where the enemy has gone. I didn't kill it. Oh, it just flew off somewhere. Okay, fine.
there we go. On the bike. Boost. There we go. Now I can get up there to you.
But yeah, so it's sort of one of those things where it's like I didn't dislike anything about it, but I don't have time to play this. I liked a lot of things about it individually, but the whole package didn't overtake any of the other games that I'm playing so as to justify the time expenditure. So that one's been put on the back burner. It's not like I've uninstalled it or anything because there are things that I like about it. I like a lot of the character designs. They're very varied. Hoyo in particular is overly conservative with their character designs. Um, they tend to look more samey than they need to, I think, because they show these occasional bursts of creativity, particularly for a push character, and then they rein it back in for other characters sometimes. Um, Sometimes with purpose, sometimes without any apparent purpose. It's sort of hard to tell exactly what's in their design and IP control documents. Um, but the Arknights has a reputation for very diverse character design, and I mean diverse in the legitimate sense, in that they are quite varied. Um, but so I like that aspect of things. I like a lot of the designs. I like the way they have animated things, and I like the art style they've chosen, and so on. But it's not enough as a whole package. So there's nothing that I want to say that's bad about it, other than the fact that it's got a little bit of the old it's got the vibe of a Japanese game in the sense that it has menus and menus and menus and menus, like to a much greater extent than most gachas, which are designed to be more accessible. But by and large, there's nothing overly huge to criticize about it. There are myriad small things to criticize it, but they are just that, small things. They're not grave things. It hasn't committed any great crimes. Um, yeah. So that one's probably just going to get left to simmer a while on the back element, and we'll see whether or not they have like a renaissance where like when I cracked the whip to get everybody to play Genshin again. The reason I did that was because I heard that Fontaine was really good, and and then I sucked Arian Fern back into that hellhole, and I played Star Rail because I heard it was good, and but mainly because they released Warren May, who I liked the design of. I played Wuthering Waves because I'd heard that they'd had sort of like a story renaissance compared to where it was when I last played it. So we'll see if Arknights can cough up something else where they release a story arc that is just such a banger that you can't stay away. People have said that in the past a few times about the original Arknights, that the story arc is a real banger, you've got to play it. But I never did, simply because I know that that would involve me playing tower defense, and I'm just not compatible with that. Anyway, moving on to the others. Arbitrarily, we'll start with ZZZ. Um, I still have not finished the event because I did as much as was available the last weekend, and I haven't touched it since. So I like what they have assembled, generally speaking. The rhythm game component is not exactly oppressively hard, but it's way more competently executed than their last crack at this. And it's actually fun to do with songs that I like. And so it's been relatively entertaining. The weird counter rhythm game thing is also kind of novel. Like, it's not exactly complex, but it's kind of novel in the way that they've decided to sort of put a combat styled spin on the rhythm game, and so on. And the story is quite is done quite effectively.
I really like the story
It's
this time.
functionally serving as Suna's, not Chinatsu. Chinatsu is the what she's called in Japan. Um, it's functioning as Suna's character story, since pretty much Arya loots everybody's attention in the main plot and doesn't no nobody else gets a look in, really. So this one is basically serving that role for her. Similarly to Seed being like the event B plot for the
Yeah.
patch she came out. Was that not the case? That was the
She
case, right?
she had she had hers as a proper character story back when they were still doing that.
Right, right. Yeah, and since they've kind of put the kibosh on that, at least temporarily, um, This is basically fulfilling the same role though, and to some extent, there's not as much of sort of s- like there's not as much in the way of like deep dark reveals for Sinner. She's just a normal girl who has her normal girl insecurities and her normal girl goals, which kind of is a relief. I kind of like the story partly because she doesn't have some deep dark trauma. She's just a normal girl who's kind of anxious. And it just makes sense from a normal person perspective. And there are way too few stories that aren't trying to pull from the trauma well in ZZZ at present. Everybody's got some kind of deep dark trauma, and it was really starting to wear on me. Like I found the worst one for me was Yadari's story. I found to be a total clunker. Like they put a lot of effort into that mechanic for telling that story, the mini game associated with it, but the actual story was just like bland tragedy slop that they had trotted out umpteen times before, and it didn't distinguish itself in any way. And it was sort of like, well, you basically already did the story for this character and this character and that character and that character. There were variants that I felt was underserved, like Dylan's. I felt didn't get enough attention. Like that would have been something that would have been way more interesting to explore in depth compared to what they had with Yadari. Because the only thing in Yadari's story is that her parents were like scientists and like then they died and Yadari was sad and that's the whole story.
They had octopus
Whereas
hair.
Dylan has this. What would you say?
They had octopus hair.
They did have octopus hair, unlike their daughter. Um. Uh, Whereas Dylan's story, at least, while it's still high disaster trauma story. At least it has, oh well, she's a street rat. She was taken in. They managed to persuade her that she was a part of their community, and then as soon as that seemed to them that they would be able to sacrifice her in order to gain something for themselves, then they actually did plan to offer her up as a sacrifice, and the whole thing was a farce. And so you have a much more interesting opportunity to explore a character who has suffered an extremely grave betrayal during her formative years and has just sort of like recoup her ability to interact with other human beings in a non-cynical way. Like you could tell that story, but they didn't. All of her mental trauma just sort of seems to have automatically healed on its own for no reason, rather than exploring the character at all, which seems like a really dumb way of executing on that character, considering how much effort they put into telling Yadari's complete non-story.
I wonder how much of silent of the Tops group in general just got uh shafted on their storytelling because they were in the process of pulling the plug on everything in the current story arc when it was time for hers to come up. Because it does feel kind of
I don't know.
conspicuous how Dylan just has nothing there.
And that was like the biggest disaster of a patch they've ever released as well.
Yeah,
On top of everything else, like there's no knowing what had to get cut and rearranged.
yeah.
But
I'm thinking Dylan was a victim of that.
I'm slightly biased as well because I like Dylan's design vastly more than Yadari's, um, which is not to speak of her completely broken mechanics that don't make any sense why you would release that in a game. But anyway, um, laying all that aside, the there's been something of a shake up in the leaking community recently. The first domino to fall was from DG Cat.
Mhm.
Um, who got in trouble, and then this was followed up by a lawsuit. Um, so Home DG Cat's based out of Georgia Tech, so I'm not sure how that even works legally,
Uh,
since Hoyo's in China.
yeah. Then unless they want to extradite him or ban him from I guess they could ban it
Well, I'm
from
sure
stuff in
Hoyo
country.
probably has stateside holdings that can do the suing. I don't know. But regardless, he is facing down a lawsuit. Um, and this has kicked off a massive clamming up of leakers. Not every leaker has bowed out of the business. Some of them are still, they're not committing to anything yet. But even though part of the leaking is definitely an op, they all have to clam up at once so that they don't out the ones that are part of the op. Um, but this basically means that there are very, very, very few leaks in circulation right now for any character. Like the only one that there's a lot going around at the moment for is Ashvale amongst all the gachas. There's basically nothing else. So we don't know anything about the characters that are coming out after Vaka. And even though Nangong has been drip marketed and Sisia has been drip marketed, they haven't. Nobody's got full kits out in the wild like they used to have. Nobody wants to be the first to speak, in case that's just the first tongue to get cut off. So we don't really know what they do. What we do know, we do have like little bits and pieces. No, just no whole kits. So we know that Sisia operates as a attack electric that has some sort of like passive damage over time aura type thing that is charged by her acquiring charges in combat, etc. But her actual functions are not very clear. Like nobody knows exactly how she operates in a team, but most of the closed beta teams allegedly have seed in them. Not really sure exactly how it all meshes together though. In the case of Nangong, it's sort of extremely conspicuous that we don't have any details because, well, the other angels are out in the wild already, and you kind of want to get people hype, for the
Hmm.
third one because they're all low on everybody's low on polychrome, who is trying to pull all three. But what has come out about it is actually thrown like when I sat down and thought about it. It's all starting to make sense now. Like I didn't even consider pulling Sinner because I'm not going to spend money on polychrome for every character like Aristeel, and I didn't really understand what the motivation to pull her was. I didn't. It's easy for Ari to take the shallow view that, oh, well, she's a fire and forget support. It's always good to have more than those. That's not a wrong point of view, obviously, but like what justifies this one? Because there will definitely be more in future, right? It's not going to be the last one they ever make. So when I thought about it, it didn't make much sense originally, but now it kind of does. So basically, um, Nangong's kit is being designed in a very interesting space where she's an ether stunner, and her kit leans very heavily into a particular archetype. Like they have constructed these three characters in a way that very strongly sort of like suggests the team of using all three of them together, but still manages to not hedge out other alternative builds. This is like a less clumsy version of what they did when they released Best Goat and Fufu along with Yushin. Um, in the sense that those ones they were hinting a little bit too strongly. You can still use them with Yadari and with Manato, but it seemed like they were leaning on it pretty hard. But it's still relatively flexible. The only one who's not relatively flexible is that basically those three Rupture characters are the only characters that can work with Lucia at all. She has no purpose in
Well,
any other team
we just have
functionally.
a lack of rupture characters in general right now.
Yeah, because they tried to bring out a new archetype late, and I don't really understand why they released Rupture at all, because of the way they're designing this team of the three angels. Like, if these three angels had come out in the early phase, and then Rupture would not make sense at all. It would be like, why did you release an archetype? Because they almost feel like a backpedal on it. So what I'm trying to say here is you've got a set of three characters that are actually kind of atypical. Sinner is a character who looks like a fire and forget support, and she plays like a fire and forget support. But what her actual effect is, like the pseudo quills type effect that she has, what that really does is it plays on the fact that the on-fielder space is full of characters who feel very unsatisfying to play for silly reasons outside of the attack. Like on-fielders who are attack, they make sense. You're supposed to have them on field and fight. They make a lot of sense. And if you look at anomaly characters who have got high field requirements, like Jane, they've got some reason in their kit to make them feel more like attackers. Like in Jane's case, it's because she can crit, which
And,
is not a thing for other anomaly characters.
and every time she perfect dodges an attack, you get more passion bar back.
Like that's all just about fueling crits, though. Like that's an attack archetype. She's an attack archetype who happens to use the anomaly mechanics. That's how she's built. And this does not work for other anomaly characters. What you end up with on-field anomaly characters, as anybody who has like tried to play Grace early in the game knows, people who have tried to who play Alice, is that you can't play solo anomaly with characters that are not Jane because it's extremely frustrating to do, because most of your damage curve is empty. So that is basically anomaly on-fielders are in the opposite problem to rupture characters. Like rupture characters have extremely smooth damage curve, and in their case, that's an advantage. It's an advantage because they don't have to worry about defense phases so much, where the enemy has a lot of defensive capability, like miasma enemies. The purpose of rupture is to have a smooth damage curve. Attack characters are all in the middle ground, and anomaly characters have a damage curve at the moment that is all spikes. They do nothing else the rest of the time. What's interesting about Sinner is that she changes that. She makes your attacks mean something, which was not the case before for anomalies, meaning that you can have anomaly characters that have very high field time because the only thing that Sinner's buffs really care about is how many attacks you put out. Doesn't matter what those attacks actually do. So what she is functionally doing is enabling single anomaly with high field time other than Jane.
Yeah, there are both the teams involve Jane, but there are only two ways to play anomaly that lets you play the no stunner anomaly high field time team, and that's obviously any variant of the Jane team. Or
Well, now the thing is though, Nangong's not anomaly.
yeah, she's
Nangong's a stunner, and normally you don't want to play support stun anomaly, right? Because the on-field time becomes useless.
yeah.
So what the point of this is that Nangong's kit as the tiny little dribbles that we've got of it are basically that she's a stunner where most of her really hefty buffs are applied through the chain attack process. So as you chain in, you are gaining big buffs and they're all anomaly centric. Well, heavily anomaly slanted, we'll say. Like really, really heavily anomaly slanted. So the idea is basically that the Angels of Delusion are the debut of high field time demand on field solo anomaly. That is to say, anomaly that isn't dependent wholly on disorder between two elements, because the other thing Nangong seems to be hinting at is enabling polarity disorders for characters that are not um what's her name? The pink haired office lady.
Oh, Yanagi or Alice are the only two that can do the weird pseudo
No,
disorders.
Alice's is slightly different. Alice's is slightly different.
Oh, right, because
It's
that's
not
right. That's because
Alice is just guaranteed certain anomaly and certain disorders, and Alice's design is evidence that they weren't happy with the way Yanagi came out in the long term. But Alice's solution is not the one they stuck with. This is another attempt to solve the problem, and it's probably Alice compatible because Alice can be played on field and is actually kind of has a rewarding feel to play on field because her riposts in that are fun to do. But the problem with Alice, of course, is that she still has that damage curve where she's not doing anything most of the time
yeah,
when she's on field.
Alice is interesting in that she is the only other character that can be a high field time anomaly agent, but in order for her to curve out correctly and not screw it up, she ironically needs Jane on the team, and you have to do the
The idea here
full
is
retard
that if you
Fizz DPS or Fizz anomaly.
the idea is that if you use a Nangong and Suna sort of like framework, you can then slot high field time anomaly into there and have it function.
Yeah.
It's basically that Sinner serves the opposite role in anomaly to Yuzuha, whereas Yuzuha basically is to enable um worse performing or basically any at this point off-field anomaly characters, because the only really good performing off-field anomaly character at the moment is Vivian. Bernice still trails behind her, although it's by nowhere near as far as it used to be. Now it's way more respectable. It's still usable. It's just not quite as good as properly implemented Vivian play. um Basically Bernice and Vivian were enabled to be used more effectively by the presence of Yuzuha, and basically every other type of anomaly combo was a gimmick team. It was like you're going to pick an off-fielder, um, you're going to pick an off-fielder and an on-fielder was the norm. Like the Jane Ellis team is also a gimmick team. You can
Yeah.
do it. There's
It
no
just
reason why you can't, but it's still a gimmick team.
yeah. It's from what I've heard, it's the only other viable high field time uh anomaly team because Jane can let Alice crit.
But it's still inferior to Jane Vivian and
Yeah,
Ellis Vivian.
if you're gonna do it properly, Alice Vivian or Jane Vivian is still better.
That's why I say it's a gimmick team, because it's basically cope. So
But
the idea though
Alice
is
can
that you
crit.
can Alice has disorders. That's what she's built around. She can proc disorders when she feels like it,
Well,
and she can counter rather than dodge, which is why I like her better than Jane, and why I never bothered to invest in Jane, no matter how many banners she has. But
she has
but
disorders, all right.
the idea with Nangong and Suna appears to be to create a shell that you can put anomaly characters into and play on field, and it enables a whole bunch more gimmick builds as well. So on field, Grace becomes way more practical if you just love playing Grace, and there are people that do. I mean, she is blessed in certain departments in two particular ways. Um,
He
you can,
also has disorders.
like Crit Niece is quite popular in a certain crowd because there are people who just adore Bernice and they want to play her on field, so they build Crit Niece. Well, now you don't need to go like whole hog on a coat build. You can build an anomaly build and just play her differently because she'll be doing something when she's on field now. It's still not going to be as good as using her for a proper purpose, but this is basically just an expansion to the design space. And the sort of the mold of anomaly character that Arya represents is designed to play directly into this. She is basically an attack character in the way you play her. Like you want her on field when she does her business, all by being on field. Having her off field accomplishes essentially nothing at all, and having her on field for a short amount of time is not going to help because she won't build up resources. So she's designed to be played as an aggressive on-field anomaly character, and Suna and Nangong exist to permit that play style to happen. So the whole thing is sort of starting to get a bit more clarity here. What they're trying to do is basically create a shell that allows a different type of team to play. And I was quite impressed with how strongly they were able to tie the three angels together without creating a shell that excluded other characters, because that's the temptation, right? And it's something that, due to the mechanics, HSR basically has been completely unable to avoid, because once a character becomes favored, they become like a lock for that. And a lot of this is shaped by the discourse, and the discourse is way less toxic for ZZZ than it is for Star Rail, because you need a higher degree of mechanical competence to engage with Star Rail. Although I would argue to engage with ZZZ, though I would argue it's not that high if I can do it. But a lot of the people who comment on balance in Star Rail would probably cry if you asked them to accomplish anything in ZZZ. So I don't know how it's possible to be that bad, but I mean, there are people in this world who can't pass the Cuphead tutorial. Anyway, so the way that they've arranged all of this is quite interesting to me, as from a theory standpoint, because like I'm shocking at action games, but for me, a lot of the enjoyment is simply by thinking about the way all these things fit together. And this is an interesting way of doing it that has got both sort of like a long view into the future as well as a short term marketing push approach to it. So they've managed to do both at the same time. They've opened up a new archetype by creating a new shell to put both old and new characters into, while also having it really strongly favor a current team that is really powerful for marketing and keep the suits happy. So yeah, I think it's done quite well. I don't think it's done well enough for me to invest polychrome in it because I just don't have that much polychrome. But it's certainly interesting. I like the approach that has been taken from a design standpoint there.
The other thing they got in ZZ is they have to swerve around the roadblock they've thrown themselves with Big Wowo in terms of character design.
Yeah, this is one of those things like Nouvellette where I think you should just try and forget it ever happened.
Yeah, like they
Like
haven't.
they can't fix the Nouvellette problem, so they just stopped thinking about Nouvellette.
Yeah, when the more I think about it, like it's really weird they made her that powerful. I I wonder if there was some kind of meddling going on. It just doesn't make sense to
I
blow
don't
your
know.
load that
That's why
early.
there's that popular theory about, well, they have to make her better than the character that's Japanese because she's Chinese.
Yeah. So they might have been pushed to make her as good as she is, but they've conspicuously set up avenues to power up older characters that appear from the UI to be able to be expanded however much they want in an effort to try and retroactively combat this problem a little bit because it seems like they were aware of what they were doing. But
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's interesting from a design perspective. It doesn't necessarily, or in practice, I think it has, but it doesn't necessarily raise the power ceiling. It's not going to make everything change, but it will allow you to just play characters in a different way. Like the Sinner Jane Nangong shell is going to be worth investigating. It's going to be something that, like, oh, you didn't really want to play Jane with a stunner before most of the time, but now this is like a really feasible thing to do.
yeah, the last time I played Jane with a stunner was like 1.2, 1.3, something like that. Now I think it was like 1.3, 1.4.
But hey, we this is all based on crumbs because we don't have full kit leaks anymore, so it could all dissolve into ether. No pun intended. It's just that we don't have any further information than that. Sisia, on the other hand, is really it's the opening to a new archetype, a new way of doing attack characters. So it's not very easy to see what's going on there. Um, so it's just an it is what it is thing. But I mean, the this is sort of like it just casts a weird light on Rupture as a whole. Like the design just makes less and less sense the more they move forward with the game. And at this point, it seems almost entirely redundant. Like, why did they launch Rupture as a class? So I guess I can sort of like hazard a guess, but it still doesn't make sense that they added sheer damage into the game. Like sheer damage doesn't make sense categorically. Um, so yeah, it's because it makes another stat completely redundant. That should be the hint that you've done something wrong from a design space. So if you look at the way on field, not now on field as well, if you look at the way active characters are designed, so let's exclude support and defense, you've got anomaly characters who are driven by the anomaly stats primarily, and you've got and so they do their damage by stacking a debuff. You've got attack characters that are driven by attack primarily. They do they do damage by attacking things. Surprise. And you've got your stunners who their purpose is to stack days. And their damage comes from what they enable the rest of the team to do, but they still played actively to stack a stat. And we've got one stat that's conspicuously doing nothing and overlaps with Rupture, which is the whatchamacallit,
In ratio,
the yeah, pin ratio. So why didn't they build the archetype around pin ratio? Instead, they added a whole nother type of damage. So either they cocked up the math on pin ratio so badly that it can't be anything but a bonus stat ever again, or they just they've completely changed their design direction, and they were originally planning to just keep adding more classes to the game.
I think they might have realized after their first couple of rupture characters a problem with defense in the game. Because if you made pin ratio a big deal, you're going to start invalidating characters fast because of how powerful defense is in the game, and there's no good way to tell as a casual
Well,
player, or even
the problem is actually because attack characters also exist. Because you've basically bifurcated your boss design, right?
yeah,
Because every boss has to stand up and has to stand up for X amount of time, and there are two ways to keep the boss standing: you pad its HP pool or you pad its defense.
yeah. So if you, as we found out, those of us that discovered Jane's M2, um, or yeah, took me a while to get there, but we finally got there. Like just even shredding 20% defense off is a freaking enormous damage boost. Like that is huge. So pin ratio, if they were to lean into it, would totally throw the math for a wobbler on everybody because of the way it's calculated. I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know the specifics of the
this is
calculation because it's not straightforward, but I do know that a little bit goes a long way and
yeah, I
could
don't. I think that Rupture as a whole was a mistake. Rupture seems like it was a class that was designed purely for Shell and for no other reason. Like, we're going to do these miasma enemies, and they're going to have extraordinarily high damage reduction while they are being miasma-y, and we want to have an easily pushable class that can subvert that mechanic and basically stay on field beating the crap out of them at a much superior rate to everything else that's currently in the game. It's like they created a problem that they could sell a solution to. And this is like the most cynical thing that gachas tend to do, and it's the thing that most people get upset at them for the most. So I don't know why they decided to suddenly go that route, but maybe they'll pull out of it. I don't know. Most people these days are speculating that there's going to be physical rupture Billy SP in the future, based on some of the stuff that you can read on the internet. But
yeah.
we'll have to wait and see what they do with that, because Rupture just seems kind of jank at the moment. Like there's Manoto is basically Yadari light. So there's basically two characters in practice:
I,
Yadari, which is HP spending mechanic, and Yishin, which is like the debut Rupture.
even
And
though you'd
I
already
think that I think that they could survive just being left like that now. I don't think you want to balloon out that way of doing things anymore.
yeah, even though Yadari technically is uses the rupture stat line and has all the benefits and downsides of rupture, I have trouble using her as a comparison point for anything in the game because she's
Well, because you
so
can't play
weird.
around it, can you? You
No,
can't play around the fact that she's a rupture unit. You have to play around the fact that she's a HP spending unit.
yeah, she plays so different than everybody else. Like she is the most novelty of characters of all time. It is you comparing her to anybody else or using her as a point of reference is a bad idea. I think because she's such a isolated little gremlin in terms of her mechanics.
Yeah. Anyway,
Her best support is a
so
bang boo.
the people have been reporting that they've been doing on the math on bang boos, and bang boos are basically irrelevant now. Like, you don't see any difference if you just don't even have a bang boo on the team.
Oh, for damage output, yeah. The only reason Yidari has
No, I'm talking about in general for every team. Like,
yeah,
bang boos don't benefit teams anymore.
yeah. Yeah, for your score, your output, bang boot doesn't matter at all. Doesn't even get you over the line for anomaly procs. But for Yidari, there's one very specific benefit that Sailor Moon Boo has, and that heal is not insignificant and can give her more HP to play with.
Well, there's like a isn't cheer boo like a healing focused boo?
It might be. I don't know if its output's enough for Sailor Moon Boo because I've only seen.
Because Sailor Moon boo's splitting between health and energy,
Yeah.
whereas cheer boo is just like pure healing.
Oh, it's probably because her skill gives her health back to play with, so it's probably also why because she needs energy to heal herself. So you,
Anyway,
you double dip.
Um, so I don't remember if you had done the story last week or not.
I don't. It was either on. It was either the day after or the day before the show, but I don't think we talked about the story. I think I hadn't. I hadn't
I
finished it.
remember you commented. I think you were commenting quite a bit about. I don't remember whether we were discussing
Wait,
it
wait.
between each other the
I
day after, or
I can. I know how we can check because I was giving
are
real
you
time
just going to check the
reactions.
archive?
I was giving real time reactions to you in screenshot format. So all I got to do is scroll up in our chat history here, figure out. Okay, yes, Caesar brought the Nitro Goomer was on 2/8. That was Sunday,
I don't know what that means.
so it was after the show.
You're in a different time zone. Okay, so yeah, now's your chance to talk about the story. Like I was warm to the story. I wasn't red hot on the story, but I was very warm to the story. I enjoyed it very much. It didn't. I felt like it was a nice palate cleanser, like
Yeah,
something that you really enjoy to eat after the main meal, especially considering the main meal was underwhelming. It didn't set my heart on fire. It was, but then I had just done the woo one immediately beforehand, like literally immediately beforehand. So I
yeah,
was already an emotional wreckage.
yeah. I really really like the Angels of Delusion story. There's no specific big moment that I just that was like, oh, this is why this patch is peak or anything. It was just a good vibe the whole way through. Like I love the dumb Looney Tune stuff that they dip into a lot for its custom animation sections.
I feel like they've hit the ceiling on there. I think if it gets any more dumb Looney Tunes, I'm going to start to dislike it.
But yeah,
I
but
think that's they're at the cap now. They're at the cap which I'm willing to tolerate.
by that same metric, anytime Bernice is on screen, and if it doesn't go dumb Looney Tunes, I will be a little disappointed.
Well, it's still she's 4.
So the scene from the story that sticks out to me is not any of the big hype moments with the Angels of Delusion. It's in the middle of the second Looney Tunes section with the Sons of Caledon, and Caesar wheeling up the box in the middle of the arena, and her looking at the camera and giving the big stupid thumbs up. I'm like, yeah, that's the vibe we get this patch. That is exactly how I feel while we're going through this.
Yeah, I just that scene made me fall in love with Caesar more than any of the other characters in that scene, largely because of the massive gap that she continues to endure between who she wishes she was and who she actually is. Because in actuality, she's a big dumb dork, but what she wishes she was is a delicate wallflower.
Yeah,
Like she really wants to be a shoujo heroine, and she's completely not cut out for that. So yeah, she's just like overlord of all the biker gangs in the Mad Max territory of the world. That's her actual job. But she actually wants to be eating watercress sandwiches.
she wants to find her true love by bumping into him on the way to school and having the toast fall out of her mouth.
But you see how she actually acts when left in the natural environment, and it's like bring the box over, big dumb grin, thumbs up.
Yeah, she can't help herself. She is all the
That
Sons of
she is
Caledon.
she is who she is no matter what her aspirations might be.
Yeah, she fits right in with the Goober Squad that is the Sons of Caledon. But yeah, I liked Arya's little story of her and setting up everything with Yokai and the other AIs. Presumably, I liked Fairy's reveal throughout it. I mentioned this while I was going through it that you probably missed it because Fairy wasn't voiced in the Japanese.
Yeah, the
Uh,
voice actress for the Japanese version of Fairy was very badly sick during the recording window, and so they just simply weren't able to record any voice work.
yeah, um, because Fairy this patch gets some serious billing in the development section, and you miss a lot of that without the voice acting because she's still saying the fairy stuff. Like it's still fairy speak, but it's kind of like when CL in that time I was reincarnated as a slime starts talking more human, but it's still CL. It's like that because they're saying all the same stuff they've always said. It's just got a bit more human twinge to it. and there's something akin to emotion there. Uh, Even when she's just spouting logical data to Arya, like she clearly cares a bit more, and she's not happy that this other AI is coming around and doing what it's doing. But yeah, you just won't get any of that without the voice because it's all done through performance. So
I was actually very surprised to see that the writers put in a bit about people basically farming victim groups purely to manipulate them. They put that in there, and it seems like nobody in the audience picked up on what they were saying.
yeah, that's
It's
gonna
like,
go.
how do you miss that? These people are like, they spend all their time thinking about, you know, how different groups can be victims of whatever, and like the story in this patch just comes right out and says, yeah, the people who are telling you that you're a victim of discrimination when the evidence of your eyes tells you that's not actually the case, they are trying to manipulate you into conflict with that other group purely for their own gain. This has nothing to do with your well-being whatsoever. They don't care about you. They're manipulating you.
Yeah.
They do as much as come out and say it,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody seems to have taken the hint.
Yeah. It's that you're not gonna get uh people on Twitter to look in the mirror and see the monster they are. That's just not gonna happen. They're too dumb to realize that they are the ones being led around by the nose to be angry at stuff. Uh, but yeah, I like Arya. I like her everything she goes through with that and how off it is, and wondering how much influence Yokai has exerted on her and how much of it is her genuine hangups the whole way until you get to the end. Like I thought they did all that pretty good. I The only question about that section of the story was Vesper and how the heck is your hair so wiggly?
Well, I mean, you know what silicone is.
Yes, but it had the sheen of metal instead of what I would normally attribute to, a jelly silicone. But her hair is just so jelly, and
You can get that sheen out of a spray can. It's like not that hard.
I just thought it was metal when I first saw the design, and then it jiggled, and I was very off put.
My big problem with Vespa is I was totally blindsided by the boss battle. I was like, wait, we're doing what now?
I I could
And
see how
did I
people.
blink and miss a line of dialogue or something? And now, like I said last week, it was I think it was about 4:15 in the morning or something like that. I was extremely tired. It's entirely possible that my consciousness just winked out for a dialogue box or something. But it was like they shake hands. We're in combat now.
Yeah, I didn't expect. Okay, we're gonna settle this on stage to turn it into a boss fight right that moment.
I was not
But
even clear if anybody else could see this or not. Like,
I
I
don't
didn't
know.
understand what was happening at all. I was
I,
very confused.
this appears to be taking place in some kind of digital space, but that exists between Arya and Vesper. Is the best guess I could have because nobody else seemed to care this happened, and they all just poofed when it happened. And Fairy says she's loading simulations for acceptable teammates and gives her Suna and Jane, so they're not the real people.
I have to say, I really don't like the fight though. I don't like if I compare it to Creator, it's like a worse version of Creator in a lot of ways. And I already deeply dislike Creator as a fight. But at least in Creator, when she's doing the Purple Flash sequence, the dodge timings are related to her animations in a very clear way. Like, if she's gonna swing, then you dodge, okay? No. You have to start the dodges for Vespa before any animation is happening in order to get them to go off at the right timing.
Yeah, I
If
haven't.
she started to swing, it's already too late. You have to dodge on the pullback, which is dumb. This is just put in here to pacify people who are, anal retentive souls players. This is not part of the genre that I came here for. Like, it doesn't feel like that. It just feels like you're playing around the bullshit.
Yes, I
And
didn't.
her second Purple Flash sequence is even worse because they gave her two for some reason, which means that when she appears as a Deadly Assault boss, there is going to be a second performance points earner late in the fight so that you have to do even more of the fight again if you screw it up.
I don't know what I twigged to, but I didn't have a problem with them. Um, I just kind of saw when to
You
do
wouldn't
it.
know if you did. You wouldn't know if you had a problem with them without checking your HP because they don't have feedback either, unlike the creators ones where you get punted if you get hit. That doesn't happen in this one.
Oh,
You just take damage, making it even harder to read.
so yeah. Um, but yeah, Vesper's boss fight. Uh, I kind of expected us to have a boss fight with Vesper to close it out. I didn't
I
expect
mean, I
it at
thought that
that.
might happen. I didn't think it was just gonna like, okay, we're just doing this now in the street.
Yeah, I expected about another half cutscene of them to at least okay, let's go take this somewhere.
I expected it to happen like on stage or something when she was doing her performance. Like that's what I thought was going to happen. I thought there was going to be an interruption to the performance, which would be the big fight. I didn't think they're just going to like, scrap it out in the street beforehand.
You know, just idle things. Um, but
Like you're supposed to have the dance battle on stage.
I mean, it was a
We're not
virtual stage.
supposed to just scrap it out in the street before. That's got to happen at the concert. That's where the drama is.
Okay, we got New Year's Bang Boo concert drama, and actually we need to stay and go do our own show at the little venue. Adding a Vesper boss fight to that might have made it a bit much, a bit too much drama on the stage. Gotta spread it out. I don't know. It didn't bother me, but it was I was expecting about another half cut scene at least to walk us somewhere. But no, handshake and we're in the digital space or whatever that was. Because I think you actually see like the when the other people fade out, it's like a digital overlay is being thrown over them. Like when
Yeah, but the some of the dialogue later suggests that other people know what's happened, and some of it suggests that they don't.
yeah, I don't know. Not super duper important. The fact is that somewhere in
It's
the
not. It's not important. I didn't think it was important. It's just that I was completely taken aback. I did not expect it to happen. I was expecting quite a bit more conversation to take place.
nah, no, we just throw down. This is how robos do things. So yeah, yeah. So there was that, and
There's
the
there's gone.
uh, I was just saying, following that up is the part I really liked was the big conclusion that was the big dumb corny tropey. Oh, we need to do the show at our own small venue because we promised the fans. I'm like, okay, it's dumb. It's been done a billion times. But it's still cute, and I'll take it. That's a good ending.
Right now, then let's get on to what is apparently the new most lusted after character for some reason,
Oh, I
Sissia.
yeah, I could tell as soon as Big Boy Seth and Sissia became tangentially connected to each other. Like, oh boy, I know exactly who are going to be the most popular characters this patch.
She's such a horrible person.
She is a total slimeball. It's like if Sampo missed his calling in life in his own universe because he was supposed to be a oily, wheezy girl failure.
Everybody loves her though. Like they like there's all these people waifuing her, and I'm like, really, really?
I wouldn't waifu her, kind of like you don't waifu Kuka. There's something wrong with it. But she is very fun when she's on screen because she's such a dumb slimy girl failure. You usually don't see slimy tacked onto the girl failure archetype, but I'll take it. It is a
I haven't heard her in English, so I don't know. I don't know what she sounds like, but it sounded like they'd managed to get, based on what your description, it sounded like they managed to get a pretty good dead ringer. for the Japanese.
Yeah,
The Japanese is very girl failure sampo
yeah. So
with just a little tiny bit of gyaru in there.
yeah, for some reason she gives me big A rank vibes. I don't know if we
She's
know if
not A rank.
she's S rank.
She's S rank.
Yeah, it's
She's
kind of,
gonna be the new meta.
but yeah. Uh, when I saw her, I thought she was giving me A rank energy. I'm glad that the Twitter has at least cottoned on to the correct shipping agenda, which is Jane and Seth versus Big Seth and Girl Failure's Nick. I want this storyline to happen. I know they're not going to, but I really want it to.
I mean, it would be funny.
It would be very funny. But yeah, we don't see much of him this patch. But Big Bro Seth has a lot of potential as a character because they immediately establish that he has a dynamic with his brother, and his brother has been absent as long as Jane has from the story.
Well, the dynamic was like 100% already explained. Like this was just it slotted nicely into exactly what they had delineated in no uncertain terms at great length in the past.
Yeah, but it's different when you get to see it. So, and it's been enough time that most people will have forgotten. So I liked. I would like to see a little bit more of that. I like the Fuzz characters in general. I think the Fuzz in this universe is
She's a different fuzz though as well. She's got like a different badge.
yeah. Oh, is Sissy? Sissy might even not be part of the Fuzz from the story implications.
No, she's in a different department. But it's I think that it seems by implication, not by explanation, but it seems like that Severian is high enough that he can basically put together his own sort of like suicide squad of ne'er do wells under his personal authority,
Hmm.
and that's sort of what's happening here. But Sissy is from a different department. Like she doesn't work under the same authority structure as like Zhu and Qingyi and that. She's in a different department, so she's got her own faction badge and everything.
I see.
Much in the way that, but it's in the same way that Jane does, rather than them actually being different factions. I think Jane still counts as a Neps character, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's part. She's just because she's an undercover agent. Her being traditionally acting as part of the that division isn't going to work because she has to go undercover all the time.
Yeah, but so she's got her own sort of faction badge as well. But yeah, like so, Sissy is part of the Metropolitan Order Division.
I see. Yeah. Speaking
Whatever the
of
hell that means.
speaking of the Fuzz, uh, I I hadn't been too upset that Jane hadn't got a whole lot of billing as a character because she did get a whole patch to herself, basically, her and Seth, back when they first came out. But it has been a long time since we've seen her. She hasn't even really popped up for any events or anything. So I was happy to see Jane again, just because it had been so long. She hadn't even made any like cameos anywhere very often. But the Dodge Rat is fun. I like that she was actually just a responsible adult, like wink wink nudge nudging you towards the loophole. To
And
so
you get
she
to play without mindscapes like a normal person.
Yeah, I know. I'm so used to my Jane being able to spin twice and build up way more anomaly because her passion state is easier to get back. But it's still fine. I liked that she got to use the Dodge Rat in the story again. Uh, she's just a fun character. She doesn't really have anywhere to grow as a character. She's kind of got herself all figured out, but she's just fun. And I would like to see her pop up once in a blue moon, and this was a blue moon, so we got to see her again. She is my favorite character to play in the game still. Let's see. Was there anything else we're talking about in the story? Um, that about covers
Well,
the.
they introduced a bunch of new characters as well.
Yeah, they do. They seem to be hanging a lot of foreshadowing on that last resort that the rabbit mentioned. The
Primea, I think
Yeah,
her name is.
Yeah,
I can't remember exactly.
the purple girl.
Who doesn't wear anything much under that cloak at all.
Well, it is ZZZ. Uh, we sometimes we just can't beat the allegations. But yeah, seemed to be hanging a lot of foreshadowing on her. There was a stinger bit with two characters that I forgot the substance of at the very end.
They're discussing the acquisition of a certain substance.
Oh, yeah, the porcelain mix stuff. So they've set all that up, um, and they've set all the stuff up with the AIs to be used in conflict or as instigators of conflict now. Um, and they've actually made all these characters, appear, except for the two in the stinger, um, in game with models, so we'll be able to see where they're going with that when they finally reveal it, and it won't be as bad as Sarah because, well, they're already in the game and presumably they know to do stuff with them now.
Yeah, I wonder why they were so keen to put Sarah so deep in the grave so quickly.
Sarah got done so dirty. They just wanted to get out of her story arc real fast.
I think there's a lot of cleaner ways they could have done that, but yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, most of the leakers are saying that Primea will be an ether attack character.
Hey, Zoo won't be alone anymore.
Maybe that means that they'll buff Zoo alongside her so that she doesn't become completely irrelevant.
Yeah, Zoo's another
But
one that
I
made.
wouldn't bet on it. I presume that Primea is probably going to work with Cecilia in terms of her mechanics, but that would mean that there's another double attack archetype in the game. But then again, they never really expanded that archetype very much, so yeah. Cecilia's field time in that is basically impossible to judge based on the very, very, very sparse leaks that they have come out. The the thing that is kind of weird about Cecilia though is that she kind of reminds me of a Gmod character because when she comes on field from having been swapped out, she kind of slides along on her belly like a snake when she's coming in.
I get the feeling they're gonna have a lot of fun with her. Like if you got somebody that is such a dork from moment one, they're gonna have fun making that character. The sky is the limit with how dumb silly they
But,
can be with it.
well, the thing is that if she's a character, that means she's going to get a story arc. Don't know
Uh,
whether it's going to be in an event or a main story, but she's going to end up being the focus.
they're gonna have fun with that too. So yeah, I'm optimistic for Cecilia just because she just when you are that committed to having the big dumb dork as a character, I have a Charmony pigeon. I was distracted by Lupus Charmony pigeon. Um, when you have a character that's just that big dumb and a dork, it's pretty hard to screw it up.
Like she's a character that she's supposed to be sort of like endearingly slimy, and I don't know whether or not I'm capable of feeling that way about her.
I don't know if endearing is a word I would use to describe any aspect of her, but
Well, they want all of their characters to be endearing so that people will pull for them.
interesting, funny. Those are words. Dumb, girl failure, also applicable. Slimy, definitely. Uh, but yeah, she has enough interesting boxes checked. But I don't, I don't know if I would go into endearing.
Well, that's exactly how they sell characters. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens in her story. Hopefully, it's not another trauma one.
It'd be funny if they started to go down the trauma route and aborted it at the last second because actually, it just turns out the snake is just too stupid.
I think it's more like would be more amusing if it was like actually everything bad that happened was her being hoisted on her own petard because she tried to scam somebody.
That would be funny. So yeah, that's
But she's also simultaneously so pathetic. Like the level of pity that she operates at is just insane. It's like, no, I want your bed.
yeah. I was wondering if she was going somewhere with that. Like, is she gonna put bugs in the room? Is that why she's here? Like, are the twins
I mean,
just?
maybe they wouldn't have told us yet. And it sounds like something Severian might do.
Yeah, like that would be something I could see him doing and ordering her to do. Because that in particular was a really conspicuous request, even for a slime ball like Sisia.
It was a weird scene, but so far no important scenes have really taken place in the bedroom.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, we'll see where they go with it. I think they've got a good enough palette reset here and set up enough dominoes to pick ones that they think have the most traction and do something with them. And we'll see where they take it.
and I have to remember to play Four Boos.
Oh, you got to get your last few for your wobblehead.
Yeah, I'll get her done. I'm just gonna get her done.
Oh yeah, we have the horse head.
At least that it's a significant improvement on the previous Four Boos because you don't have to sit there and watch when you lose.
Yeah, you just get booted back to select.
Yeah.
I remember on Sunday or Monday, whatever day it was, for me and for you, I just finished the main story and was going through the event and saw the fall booze unlock. I'm like, I'll just throw him an invite. We'll just go ahead and get what's available done.
Anyway, speaking of things that have a time gated availability, Genshin this week has just had an auto battler,
I
and
hate
I hate it.
these. I hate these so
I
much.
hate it so much.
Like,
I feel like my time is being just thoroughly wasted. It's more luck than anything else. It's
the,
why are you making me do this? There's no gameplay here.
yeah, that we do not interact with this system enough to understand what the flying fudge all these characters do or all these units do.
That would be something I could wave away if this did not take forever.
Yeah, there is no way to speed it up. Like in Wuwa, I bemoan Peaks of Prestige because it has the auto battle section of the card game.
Because it's only 2.0 times.
Yeah, and it only goes up to twice as fast. These take, a full 2 minutes with no way to speed it up.
Oh my goodness. Like the only thing you can do is just lager up so that you don't feel it so much. My goodness.
I usually do
It's,
my dailies first thing in the morning, so I'm not awake yet to fully process it. And I remember when this event came around, like I was like, okay, we'll just do it. It's one of the minigame ones. Oh, it's this one. That morning was not a happy morning.
yeah, I have to go back and do that one as well. I did one round. I'll probably have to do another, at least one other if it's successful, two if it's not.
Yeah.
Um but yeah, I'm not particularly thrilled by it. So yeah, Genshin has got my ire this week. Um Nothing else was happening in game per se. Uh as far as other Genshin stuff, their stream for the next patch was this week, and it seems like a content desert to me. Um, so there's going to be the next story, and the story is going to be basically centered around Varka's return to Mondstadt, and so you will go back to Mondstadt with him, and he will do a bunch of stuff related to that storyline that you can find in the new area about Andreas, whatever he's called, the wolf.
Oh, and Darius
Um,
or
because there's a bunch of
Artorias.
lore. There's a bunch of lore about him in the new zone, but the way those two things join up to each other is basically going to be explored in this patch, which is something nobody asked for and nobody cares about. But that doesn't mean they can't tell a good story. Maybe they will. There is a tiny minuscule niche of people who are super excited for Vaka, but they are the noisiest niche that there is, aside from the Uritards. So they have an outsized amount of pull, and they're going to great lengths to shill this character. He's even going to have a new unlockable weapon skin in the game for people who have him to go and unlock an alternate form for his swords, because I guess it's they want to add enough novelty that people actually pull for the character. But he doesn't look like a very interesting character to play. He looks incredibly bland. He's basically melee Chaska, which means worse than Chaska.
Yeah, Cheska's whole shtick is you can target stuff in the air, and if she was on the ground, well, good luck because you're just gonna get hit.
But yeah, I'm not really sure what's supposed to make him good. But then again, he's sort of like Tsubai, and that a lot of his supports aren't in the game yet. I'm expecting that Nicole will probably be a borderline dedicated support for him, and he's going to be designed for Hexarray builds because he's going to have his own witch's homework to do. Um, so yeah, totally not interested in that at all in any way whatsoever. The only thing that I thought about him was interesting is that he uses wolf's hooks.
Oh, the razor level
So,
up material
yeah.
thing that's used just for razor and like making his puppy paw hash browns or whatever.
Well, Vaka is the one who taught Razor to fight, which is why Razor's move set is basically a one. It's a great sword, one handed. It's like a single great sword version of Vaka's, and Vaka is a dual wield great sword wielder. So he basically wields two great swords in the way that Skirk wields two swords, where one of them is the one that you equip, and the other one is one that's part of his model. Um, But yeah, that's basically. He does not seem like the most interesting character in the world, based on the previews. But well, it remains to be seen what his mechanics will do once you involve, other characters that will subsequently come out. Probably Nicole. I'm thinking it's going to be a Hexarray centric thing, so she will play into that. So he's going to be the main push for this patch, and the only new character debuting in this patch. There's not going to be any others coming out at the same time. Um, so what's on the other side after him? Who was accompanying him? I can't remember. I can't call it to mind all of a sudden. But yeah, I know the second phase is Skirk and Escoffier. I think he's actually going alongside Flynn's. Actually, I think Flynn's is being rerun already.
Yeah, it's
Um,
Varka Flynn's and then Skark and Escoffier. And then
and
the
and
banner that nobody will pull on.
the first zero revenue banner that is going to be put up by Genshin, because it's all standard characters plus 3 characters that nobody wants to pull. Partly, I think, largely because most people that are interested in playing them already have them, and they've been giving out constellations on the event constellation thing, Stellar Fortuna thing. So the odds that people are going to want to pull on this incredibly low. Not really sure why they're doing it. They didn't even put anybody like Venti on there or anything, like characters that people might actually want.
Yeah, this
So
banner's not taking anybody's polychrome.
yeah, I mean, I guess they can say they put it up, I suppose. But yeah, there's really not much else to talk about. There's going to be a an exploration type event thing, and there's going to be like a bartending event thing, and there's going to be a gliding event thing and a battle event thing. Like, it's just the usual stuff. None of it looks particularly exciting. Not really sure how this is going to play with people, but they're doing a tower defense thing as well. It looks like it was mostly cribbed out of ZZZ, but not completely because it's elemental reactions. But that's the only thing in there that was like that they haven't already put in the game like a zillion times before. So yeah, it's a beat patch. If
Mm-hmm.
if you were looking for a patch to not play Genshin, it's going to be that one. So, unless you're like one of the Vaka super fans, I mean, they're going to be there with bells on, but the rest of us not so much.
Yeah, might log on, do the main story early, and then put Genshin on hold until the end of the patch.
Yeah, there's still other stuff that I want to do in Genshin. I'm just occupied with other things right now. I kind of need a bathroom break, so maybe we'll let Fern do his week, and then I can resume.
I do as well,
We can
but
do that.
I just now heard Fern come in.
Yes, meow.
Larg.
You're still using the sketchy mic.
Yeah, I haven't gotten around to doing anything about it yet.
Too busy.
I will eventually. Just too busy. Stupid life. Getting in the way of doing things I want to do. But it do be like that. That and mic shopping is not an easy thing.
I
Can
didn't really put a huge amount of thought into it. I just looked at, what is decent in my price range. That was all that I really did. I wanted a standalone mic. I wanted it to be, passable, but I knew that my internet and compression was going to be more important than the quality of the mic, because I don't do I'm not recording things for publication type of thing. I'm streaming to the internet, so the quality loss on that side is going to be so much higher than
Mhm.
a subtle differences, that I decided, okay, we'll just get one that's decent. There's no need to fuss over the fine grain details. Exactly
Yeah.
which one is 5% better than this other one in this frequency range or whatever.
Oh
yeah,
yeah. And then there's always the ever-present detail of we're putting this through Discord. You're
yeah,
gonna get what you're gonna get.
yeah. I would just find whatever the closest to a Blue Yeti is that isn't exorbitantly priced in your area, and just grab that.
I genuinely think that price performance, the HyperX Quadcast is going to be the best one.
Mm.
If you want to go a bit more upmarket, there's a Rode one that's popular at the moment. But yeah, generally speaking, I think that the best bet is to just get a Quadcast and call it good.
Yeah, I was thinking something along those lines. Either that or go for the Platronics headset again, because for a headset mic, they're actually really.
I would get a desk mic.
I mean, I don't know if I trust Yeti anymore now that Logitech owns them. It's
Yeah.
I'd be yeah.
My Yeti is ancient. I've had this thing for 12 plus years.
Yeah. I like Logitech products. I don't like their software because it's awful. But generally their products are good until they suddenly stop being.
Logitech products are usually consistently the most acceptable mid products that I ever get for a
Yeah,
computer.
exactly.
They are consistently mid. You're not going
They're
to get anything
consistently
good,
mid.
but they will probably work for at least 6 months when you plug them in.
You know, mine usually last a while. I usually get good life out of Logitech, but it's just going to do what it says on the tin. There's nothing exceptional about any Logitech product. So if you just
Oh,
need
yeah.
something, they're not that bad.
Yeah, the
Now I've got to remember
thing
how I
I
get to my
guess
Bluer account.
the thing I guess is that the Snowball got discontinued by Logitech,
Yeah, the
so
super
that's sort of
Yeah.
the
off the market now. But they've replaced it with this hideous looking thing that looks like some kind of weird sex toy called the Yeti Orb, which is
Okay, let me look at this thing.
supposed to be the successor to
Yes, orb.
the Snowball, but I think it's just less aesthetic generally.
Oh dear, that is unfortunate. Yeah, yeah, let's not.
That's a
I
no.
mean, that's no. It's cheap. I can't argue with the price.
Yeah, that's what they're selling it on. Basically, it's the budget entry to the market type
Yeah,
of thing.
but it is a very unfortunate shape. I can see what they were going for, okay, but that's not where they landed.
Yeah, I think that if you want a really solid mic, for a reasonable price, and you're willing to pay a reasonable price, I think the Quadcast is where to go for that. If you want a really budget one, then you're stuck with the Yeti Orb probably.
I'll get something that's maybe a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Thank you very much.
There are some people who still have a backstock of the old Yetis, but you have to look because
Yeah.
they're gradually being replaced by Logitech branded stuff.
Yeah. They're more expensive than they have been in the past. Like Yetis used to run for about $70 in the US. Discounted right now at 32% off. Yetis are 94, and snowballs you just don't see anywhere. Those are just gone.
Yeah, they'll just be gone
Yeah,
because they were really
they,
good.
they've already been replaced. That's why. But like the classic Blue Yeti microphone, you know, the one shaped like a giant capsule. That one, there are still some of those around, but I'm expecting them to be gradually phased out because the form factor is being reused by Logitech for things like the Yeti GX and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen any reviews on the Yeti GX. I don't know if it's actually any good.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, I'm gonna go mic shopping at some point. Woo is yelling at me. I haven't logged into Woo for quite some time, so suddenly here's all this stuff.
Oh
It's
dear.
It's not whatchamacallit, compiling shaders.
Oh, it did that. It took its sweet time doing that.
It's not as bad as Monster Hunter though.
Monster
But I don't
Hunter
think there are
is
any games that are as bad as Monster Hunter when it comes to compiling shaders.
Yeah.
I think it might be the worst on the market.
Remember that one
it's right
time
up there.
when we were about to do a show, and the week before I had updated my drivers for a different game, and we went to go boot
Oh,
Monster
yeah.
Hunter, and I was like, well, that's off the table now.
Well, I remember when they decided that it needed to happen every time while you were playing the game.
Mm-hmm. I love you, Monster Hunter, but why?
So there are only so many balls, but you managed to drop all of them.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing we can really do is wait and see what they learn in between now and the release of the expansion.
Yep. Although, admittedly, I am going to lean on Monster Hunter Stories because that is actually starting to look really good.
Oh, we can go terrorize Fern's World now.
You can
Anyway.
once I finish sorting through all of this crap.
I need to go to the bathroom. Fern talk.
So, all right, for weeks then, I've just been pottering around trying to figure out what I actually want to play. 2 games of note. First is No Man's Sky. Dusted that off for their new event. They put out another new big patch. This one's centered around trucking and a gravity gun.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole gameplay loop is basically you drive around, you pick up junk that's around the planets and take it back to a depot where you sort it and get resources and things like that for and money, of course. Oops, I don't know what I accepted that and I don't know what it's going to do.
It's going to load me through a loading screen and then jiggle your world.
It will, and I will just be a sheep girl on the edge of a cliff. So yeah. So my mistake though is, well, first it was twofold really. First, I tried it in VR.
Oh dear.
Now the event is fun and the gravity gun works fantastic in VR. It's actually a lot easier to use it in VR than it is to use it in standard because you can, if something's just in your field of view while it's tethered, you just move it out of your way. But apparently, cargo straps have never been invented in space.
Oh dear.
In internet space. So the truck you use to move stuff around is a flatbed and everything is held in there by the grace of the physics engine.
Everybody on New Zealand roads.
Basically, yes. So, yeah, if you're playing in VR, like driving around in VR in No Man's Sky is also a lot of fun because you're in the cockpit and you kind of grip the imaginary steering wheel with your controllers and drive that way. But you've got absolutely no idea beyond sound as to what's going on in that tray. So when you get to your destination, you will have lost half your cargo, if not all of it. Oh, she is big.
Yes.
Very big. Sheep. So it's a fun event, and it's something different. The other issue with it is because of VR, of course, it renders everything twice, and that makes your frame rate drip when things get busy. This is a problem with the game itself, and that is when you get a lot of people all in one place, the game engine starts breaking down.
Oh no.
In what
And
way?
it just starts doing all sorts of wacky things. So you have clouds of trucks drifting gently through the sky.
So it
Oh.
becomes Gmod.
In a lot of ways, yes. This game is still under the bonnet. It's still the same game that Sony lied their ass off about all those years ago. It was not built for bulk multiplayer. Oh, can't use these in multiplayer. That's dumb.
Yeah, you're gonna see that a lot. I need to.
Can't even use jump pads in multiplayer. Why? So yeah, this event is all about having everyone who's doing the event at current basically being on one planet. And not so much that, but also all in one spot on one planet. The game can't render that. So yeah, you have other players.
Gmod opening of the gates of Anchorage.
Yes. So you'll have players and their trucks flickering in and out of existence. If someone has the great idea to fly around on a spaceship, it's going to basically destroy everybody's frame rate except for the person who's flying it.
Oh, that thing's a real fight.
Yes,
that
yes,
is actually a real fight. We need to probably pay attention.
Oh, you're gonna die. Me and Vol need to figure out how 2-man is what that means.
with no healer.
Yeah.
I just got.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get.
I'm already dead.
Okay.
I got caught in one combo.
You also got.
Actually, cartwheel won't work. We're not gonna get cartwheel because I can't bring Chiacona.
That is a serious business cat right there.
That cat is very, very angry.
Okay, I'm gonna get Phoebe.
Just gonna feeb it.
I will bring a healer.
And Vol can.
I will try not to die.
And Vol will get something that can maybe keep Phoebe alive.
Yeah.
Where was it?
That's a good question, actually. North?
Okay.
I think.
I remember.
I know it was on
I remember a certain amount of complaining about jump pads.
Ah, here it is.
No, it's over there.
Oh, you're all
Okay.
the way up there. How the heck do I get up there?
Use the glider. Use your wings.
To go up?
Use your wings.
Oh, right, you can fly in this area, can't you? I'm so used to not being able to fly now.
Whoosh.
I was too close to the cliff. Now I'm only halfway up. And I'm waiting for my 10-second cooldown.
I can't bring any of my real heavy hitters because they all need a partner. I can't.
And I have a sheep girl, and that's it.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to. Yeah, you're not. You don't have anybody that could arrow road.
I got
frazzle.
nothing.
Oh boy.
Stand
Anyway.
outside shooting in and try not to die.
Pew. So yeah. Anyway, so it's, No Man's Sky is a great expansion. It's a lot of fun, but just turn off multiplayer. Don't even try it.
Coming back.
Not dead.
That's what's important.
Run away. Run away!
I'm proving to be unable to distract him from his mission to eat you.
I am dead. I am a delicious sheep girl. He wanted to eat the sheep.
He is bugged out
Much
on my
respectfully.
screen. There we go. Now he's coming to eat me.
Stay here so I make sure I get credit for it. Okay.
Yeesh. Angry kitty cat.
Very mad kitty. You're in my world. Why was that kitty so high level here?
Some
This one is always level 120.
Oh,
some mobs have static levels, and they will eventually just all be 120 once you get to Rencita. Whenever you see a world mob like that, there's only a few of
okay.
them.
But in the meantime, it's
there's-
just that one.
Yeah, there's only like 6 of them per region, but I don't know if Flaheroi has any. I haven't looked.
I haven't seen any. I think that the whatchamacallit, those big domes are basically the replacement.
Yeah, that would make sense. Trying to build up a flashbang.
That was actually a good echo I got off that thing.
Well, everything for you is going to be a good. Oh, we need to remember we're going to have a lot of trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
All
Just feed it into the mulcher.
Yeah, just got to remember to mulch it.
Where is it? Yeah, there it goes. Yellow quality. So yeah. The other game I played was a little bit of Mugenics, which is kind of the big indie darling at the moment.
Yeah, everybody's
for-
talking about it relentlessly, and I'm starting to slide into hyperversion already.
Yeah, it do be like that.
Mr. Stancil.
It's got an interesting story behind this game, and I don't know what it is, and I want to find out because it's been in development for quite a number of years now. Years ago, when it was first announced, it was a virtual life simulator where you're basically just breeding cats, and they become more and more weird. But now there's a roguelike. It's a roguelite. Not that actually means anything.
Means
Words.
whatever you would like for it to mean. HumptyDumpty.jpg.
Yes.
Or they couldn't put him
So
back
it's-
together again.
Yeah. So tactical RPG about breeding cats and sending them out to fight other cats, basically. And it goes out of its way to be incredibly weird because this is an Edwin Mcmillan game. So of course it does.
Oh, that's why it's got such a big. That explains it.
Mm-hmm.
He's the Meat Boy Binding him Isaac guy, right?
That's the guy. So he does everything that is cute, grotesque.
I'm not sure I would call anything he does cute. Even Meat Boy and the stuff in Binding, like that was just disturbing.
Yes, that's it.
I'm not. I think I might have heard somebody attempt to call it cute, but
Well, it was cute once upon a time, but then it veers very rapidly into grotesque.
it's just always gross.
Yeah, I mean, he's a product of Newgrounds at its peak. Apparently, Newgrounds still exists too, and never actually looked
Does
at
in
it
fact
since.
still exist, but I think it's pretty much a time capsule at this point.
Yeah, ever since the day Flash died. And even back in the 90s, there was always kind of that. Geez, I don't even know what you'd call it. It was just the Newgrounds flavor.
Yeah, it definitely had a
What,
lot
like,
of.
greasy, skeevy, and dusted with Cheeto.
That's the one. Everything that was there was just that little bit off, or a lot off in some
Okay.
cases.
Okay, Fern, mission accomplished. I'm coming to do a GPU test on you.
Oh no. Meanwhile, I've got Vol just sliding around in a standing pose on the surface of the water. That's
Yeah, it's not the co-op netcode is not great.
it ain't good.
All right, Fern.
It maintains consistency in terms of what's happening in mechanical terms, but it does
Okay.
not maintain much consistency regarding.
I'm going to use Galbranda's ultimate now, and I want you to tell me if your GPU is still intact after I push the button.
All right. That's a lot of lights.
Yes.
If you're standing underneath it when he sets it off, it can be quite blinding.
Yes. My GPU's fine. My retinas, maybe not.
Yep.
It's the flashbang.
So just
Yeah.
I need to make sure you had context for that for whenever Vol gets mad at me for flashbanging him.
So yeah, that's basically been my week. It's been dabbling. I do want to finish the event for No Man's Sky because there's always some fun cosmetics you can get out of that. It does, though, when you see the game doing that, it makes me really concerned about Light No Fire, their upcoming spiritual successor, I guess you could call it. Because from all the footage of that game that's out there, it looks like it's on the same engine.
I mean, the engine's definitely. I don't know if it's an in-house engine or if it's just Unreal or something, but whatever they're doing to that poor thing, it's at its limit. I still love how when I was in VR and you were in normal person when we first played No Man's Sky, we figured out that the VR person can just kill their co-op partner by moving in their direction.
You can just telefrag everyone.
Yeah, by
The
walking.
game just reconciles the two players in the same location by just killing the one who was there first.
Or it seems to always give the VR player priority.
Yeah. So no, just you die now. Doesn't matter how healthy you are, how much your shield you have, or anything like that. You're just dead. Can I actually do anything with any of these puzzles in co-op?
It's usually not worth attempting to.
Yeah, the only stuff you can really do is world exploration stuff. You can do minor puzzles, like maybe you can pick up this thing and throw it at something.
Nope.
Yeah, it changes the world, I guess, when you use it. Anything that makes any kind of world state change, they just say no in multiplayer. And even
Yeah.
some things that don't. Really hope they eventually get. Yeah.
I give them the same feedback every time. Like, please just make stuff work in co-op. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to compromise your game in any way. You just have to spend a little bit of time picking apart your spaghetti code, and then it'll be fine.
Wait. Hang on. I'm going to do that again. Hang on. Where is it? Come here. Despawned. So you could leapfrog a deer, apparently.
Oh yeah,
I'll just run up to it and hop over it.
Yeah.
I've never tried.
I'm not sure if it's an encore thing or not, but yeah.
Sometimes there are a few animations that are unique to characters of a particular height.
Yeah. Let's see. Is there another? Oh, there's a dog echo over here. I'll take that. Need to find another gazelle or sheep or something.
You try and hop over the turtle.
Yeah, turtle might work.
Turtle. The horde tortoise over here. Try and hop over those.
Yeah. Turtle hops. No, this is turtle boogie. No, it doesn't work on turtles. They're angry now. Oh. By the time my ultimate animation finished, they're all gone.
Welcome to the world of Fleur de Lis and multiplayer.
So yeah, that's basically my week. It's been a work week. I don't seem to have any other kind, honestly. probably an unsolvable puzzle. Yeah, those are pressure plants.
Treasure
Oh,
chest
there's a
over here.
goat. Goat should work. Hop.
Ah.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't think Fleur de Lis can hop over the goat.
The real
Oh no!
question.
I attacked out of
No, why?
because when I turned
would you
back to
do
normal,
this?
when I turned back to normal, it auto attacked.
The real
Killed my
question
goat
is,
friend.
can Carlotta, who is most famous for there being a thing that was meant to bar progress for players, but didn't bar her progress because she was too short?
Hey, you can, if you got her, swap her. Try it.
I could
But
find
yeah,
a,
you can.
a thing
You both got
first.
Encore, so at least you can try it with her. Go and hop over goats. Also, this thing is called a dwarf cassowary, and I should be offended by it.
It's
They
not
are not
officially a dildo.
nearly belligerent enough.
I am not spotting any caprine or cervine animals.
I will go goat hunting.
Find goats. Must hop on goats.
Oh, here's goat. There are 2 goat.
Oh, that's level 100. How about I stay away from it? Nah, now I'm in combat.
So yeah, so just working this week, Fern.
Pretty much.
You got Woo working at least.
I got where we're working.
Now you just got to get all the exclamation points to go away in the menu, and you can resume the story.
Yeah, my screen is covered in exclamation points. Everything has got them. Who's actually on the banner for Wooer at the moment? Anyone actually worthwhile?
I sent you the review.
I mean, oh yeah, you did too. Oh yeah, still Amiet and Chisa. Okay, hasn't rolled over yet.
And Lupa. Don't forget about Lupa.
And Lupo.
Oh,
If you
Chiacona
want,
can hop over the goats.
Oh, there you go.
You found a goat?
Yeah.
Verena probably could as well.
Well, Chiacona's
Oh,
like
damn it.
tall, one of the taller girls, so
I can't. Every time I try and go anywhere in a hurry, I end up finding some piece of terrain to latch onto as I fly past.
Sounds about right.
I don't know where you are or where the goats are.
the goat despawned after I hopped on top of it.
Yeah. You only get so many hops before they despawn.
There's some woofs over here. I was looking for more goats. Head over there. Chickens.
Falcons.
If you're looking for normal wildlife, you need to remove Chisa from the party.
Yeah. Why I put Phoebe and Cartwheel away.
Everything for miles tends to die every time Chisa uses her skill.
Let's go out way in the sticks. Oh, we haven't been anywhere near. Surely there's some here. There's a goat.
The deer ran away from me. I can't catch it, and it despawned before I could catch up to it.
There's a goat, but it's deer. It's on top of the hill. So yes, I guess that gives us a good way to pivot into Woo, which also isn't doing very much anything.
Yeah, I haven't done the events. I liked the first stage of the really weird motorcycle event thing that seems kind of underwhelming in a variety of ways, but
Oh,
I'm not that concerned about that.
I just got a happy birthday message. And it wants me to
Well.
pick a message from a resonator.
I don't appear to be able to interact with these goats in any way.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, I just dashed at it, and Chiakona
Yeah, you
auto
just
hopped
dash
over,
at it and it'll do it.
and she auto hopped over it.
Oh, yeah, it worked. I just had to try a few times to get the right angle. Yeah, they just count as an obstacle to hop over, I guess.
Yeah. There's a roof over there.
Birthday blessing from Phoebe. Give me Phoebe.
Can't remember who I got mine from last year. If you pick Frolova, you get the most sort of like icy, restrained, conceivable birthday greeting. I think I picked Carlotta. I'd have to check. It remains in your inventory, I think. You can check it again, if I recall correctly.
So you can pick another one next year.
Yeah, Phoebe's is just an incredibly wholesome. No matter where you are, I'll always pray for you. Here's a circlet of stuff.
Yes, I did ask. I did ask Carlotta. Oh my goodness, it spawns in at the speed she speaks.
Oh dear.
So I'm now stuck here, waiting for it to scroll across.
I found a whole bunch of treasure chests on a cliff over here, so I'm just going to clean up a bit. And it keeps telling me I can't do this in multiplayer. Why?
What are you trying to do?
Nothing actually. It's even just telling me I can't do it when I get close to some elements now.
Yep, it gives you the little birthday crown. That only lasts for your birthday, or does it go away after your birthday?
It's in your inventory. You can equip it as a whatchamacallit, an accessory forever.
Okay, cool.
Okay, is it character specific or just to
Only Rover can wear it. It looks like.
It's year specific,
Oh,
so
Rover.
each year there's a different crown.
Okay. And yeah, if it only goes
So
on Rover, that's fine.
I think it's like the other things that you can equip, but they all only equip to Rover. But yeah, there's a different one each year. So I've only got last year's one. Because I'm going to wait till November.
Oh, by the way, it's my birthday now.
Congratulations, you are old.
Yep.
You are.
If my mother didn't pester me every year about how it's coming up, I would forget when it is.
I'm stuck
It
in
do
combat
get like that.
with a Glacio thing
I'm coming with the puppy.
that I can't get out of combat. Let's just keep knocking it down.
Just bop it. Just keep bapping it.
We can't. Oh, we did figure out you can kill these eventually by knocking them off cliffs and stuff.
If you can make them take 4 damage or push them into the water, then they'll die. But otherwise, they're immune because unlike in Genshin, there's no physical damage to majority of characters like they have there. So all of your damage is elemental.
So while we're on Wuwa, one genuinely unexpected pull because it happened relatively quickly. A new character that was not at all on my list was Lupa. I threw some yellow pulls at her banner, not for her specifically. I mean, I was in the mindset of it'd be nice if I got her, but I'm not expecting. I just wanted to throw some pulls at it to try and get some weight bands for Mortifi mostly. And if Lupa came, that would just be a bonus. Well, the puppy showed up.
You got a puppy.
So if you're wondering why I'm running
This is
around
not something
with puppy,
that has happened to me ever. Like I have never gotten an early character like that before. I don't know what it feels like.
Yeah, it is very much the Chaska pull effect of I'll throw some pulls at it, not expecting to get it. Really aiming for something else on the banner, usually a 4-star, but if I do get it, cool. If not, I'll just let the pity sit.
No, that's never happened to me either. Even if I didn't care.
So I have a puppy now. And the puppy lets me have the functional meta Galbrina team. So Galbrina's team has gone and doubled in power. where it was really riding the struggle bus before. Now it's probably the highest output team I have. Assuming Galbraith doesn't get liquefied in 2 hits.
Assuming,
Well,
yes.
that happens to most DPS characters. There really aren't exceptions to that.
Yeah, it's just
Like,
Galbraith's
except for
animations make it really
I think
hard.
Karate is probably the closest thing there is to a durable DPS character.
Yeah. Fleur de Lis is actually where the squishy part comes in there, because you have to give up your health to turn into the big booba giantess. So now I have a puppy. Because I can't think of her as a woof. Like
She's too dog-like.
like Lupa is just a puppy. I mentioned to Fern of the current banners. I gave him a rundown. I told him gameplay wise, if you can stomach the voice, Amayeth is a solid character of the limited ones. If we break,
It's going to be like a million zillion years before you'll get any materials to make her level up.
yeah, you'll be stuck
anything.
in the situation I was with Galbraina, where I couldn't.
Except longer.
Yeah, except even longer. I had to wait till like the equivalent of getting to 2.5 to level her up. Lupa isn't really useful for your account because you don't have a I mean, she could support your encore, and Lupa can, with a
Yes.
big ol' asterisk, be played on field as a main DPS if you really want her to, and she's not the worst. But
she's so endearing.
yeah, Lupa is cute, and Lupa's story is really good. But the puppy is meant to be a sub DPS, and so
Not that when you're progressing through the story that will make any difference whatsoever.
that's true.
Nah.
Chisa is a support oriented towards dot.
She's a support for an archetype that doesn't even exist yet.
Yeah, she's oriented towards debuff classes, but she can work, I guess.
Try not to get an incorrect impression based on anything you see my Chisa doing.
Yeah,
Your Chisa is an outlier.
My Chisa is 4 Chisas. She's not 1 Chisa.
yeah.
That's not counting the signature weapon. So 5 Chisas, I guess.
Well, no, because
There's only 5 Chisas.
There's no 50-50 on the weapon.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, his Chisa and my Phoebes are significantly above the power curve for those 2 characters.
Yeah. That's probably what I should do, is just find a character I like and just build around that.
That would be what I do. I would not do what we did. We're dumb. We are we are the dumbest of stupid, because we saw the pretty girls and that one's cute.
We latched onto a waifu, which is the worst thing to do in a gacha game.
You'd never do that.
Yeah, no. So.
Unless your waifu happens to be a 3-star, like mine in FGO, where you can just build Kiyohime for days because she doesn't cost anything. But normally you don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, don't do that. But
that's how you get whales.
I'm still fighting the temptation to just go all the way to 6 on Chisa since she's back on the banner.
Yeah, thankfully, I don't think Peeb's coming back on the banner for a while. Like girlfriends.
I keep trying to do these bells and I can't do the bells.
Yeah, I was like,
ping them. Use your remote thingy.
No, can't do it multiplayer.
No. I was able to
you can't at all.
I was able to hit one earlier for you. I'm pretty sure. Hang on, please hold.
Oh yeah, hang on. Let me. Where's the?
Chisa is the ultimate bell farmer.
Yeah, I just teleported into
stand
that thing.
somewhere.
Oh, okay.
You just have to stand somewhere in the general vicinity as Chisa and use her skill, and it will pop. Doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. She's the ultimate bell terminator. And also goat terminator. And any other small animal terminator. They will all die at the same time.
I gotta jump over goats, not kill goats.
But meat.
Yeah.
Why do you think Aristil has so much meat in his inventory?
Yeah. Peeb is no slouch at murdering the wildlife either. But Chisa's range on it is... Didn't we test it with the bells at one point?
He's gonna pop bells no matter where they are.
The range on Chisa's is absolutely absurd.
You do tend to just aggro everything in the general vicinity, though.
Hooray, we did it. We can't solve the puzzle, though.
You get the teleport point, though. That'd be handy.
Yeah, got that.
Got this?
Got that one.
Still showing as grabbable.
Because there's a
Because
second one that is down below.
It updates very slowly in
Oh, okay.
multiplayer as well.
There we
Also
go.
that, yeah. Because, you know, consistent.
Yeah,
like,
I've seen this many times.
Usually I'm player one because until very recently I couldn't actually join Vol's World.
right.
Because they still have the stupid world level thing.
Really, I
Well,
don't know what they're so afraid of.
people having fun, apparently.
Yeah. Free as a bird.
All right. So what's next? Because yeah, Woo is not really doing a whole lot at the moment.
Right. So I guess I'll resume then. I guess the last one is Star Rail. Now I can't say a huge amount about Star Rail because I have only dabbled in the new patch. I haven't actually really thoroughly played through it. I just didn't have the time. I was going to yesterday, but then I realized that I was drowsing anytime I stopped moving for too long, and I didn't want to just miss the story because I fell asleep and it just continued to autoplay. So I decided to just pack it in. Where's that bell? I can break that bell if I can locate the rough vicinity.
You do
There we
know,
go.
Fern, there's a tool that acts as a gun you can equip to just shoot the bell.
Yeah,
that's what I
but
was
there's a fun
thinking
in
of.
that.
Okay, just making sure you knew about it because I forgot it existed several times.
Oh, this one I popped one for him earlier, but this one won't pop for me.
Maybe he's out of range because he's down here with me popping this other bell.
Yeah, maybe he has
Maybe.
to be
Hang on.
within a certain vicinity.
Let me
That
come up there
sodding
and we'll
roast
try it
room
again.
definitely got. That roast room definitely saw me.
And let Vol try and pop it now.
Okay.
I'll just try and get out of combat first. Or did it get popped by the combat? No, it's still up there. Okay, let's
No,
see
still
if
up here.
see if it'll work. But I need to make
Ah!
sure I take off in the other direction, so that.
Yeah, okay, so it's a distance thing then.
Right.
Because it's
Okay,
got to
so we
go
can
into.
interact as long as it's got somewhere to go. We can interact with it.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
if
Anyway,
my
so I
game
can't
actually recognizes it.
say a great deal about Star Rail just yet, but what I will say is that it's a very strong and welcoming contrast to Amphorius, because Amphorius was a very closed-in world, and we sort of got used to that after a while, and it almost sort of, because it was a whole year of Amphorius, it became sort of synonymous with Star Rail, the sort of the feeling of isolation and the rest of the game not being relevant. Everything was just Amphorius, Amphorius, Amphorius. Whereas it's a totally different feeling. It kind of feels like a more sort of madcap Looney Tunes version of ZZZ in a way, especially because it takes place in a setting that is sort of like near future level of technology, except with yokai in it. So it's got a very, very different feel, and of course we're not in a shut-in, isolated world anymore in the story. So it's been really fun to see a lot of old faces take the stage again. So like you spend a good amount of time literally playing as Tingyun, which is not something you've
Okay.
seen for a long time, because she's up to shenanigans as well. Everybody, in fact, appears to be converging on Planet Acadia to get up to shenanigans. That seems to be the shtick. So yeah, the very first person to greet you is, of course, everyone's favorite gremlin, Sparkle, who tells you a pack of wallies straight out the gate. Virtually nothing Sparkle says is completely true, and this continues to hold true. Not that it really matters. The thing with Sparkle is that she's very concerned with her own personal entertainment. But in fact, she is so concerned with her own personal entertainment that she never does anything just to be malicious. If it's not entertaining, it's not worth doing. Her motivations are purely about entertainment. And realistically, if you stand at the end of the corridor of things that Sparkle has done, she's never really done anything to harm you. She's taken you for a ride a few times because she thought it was funny, but it's never actually worked out to your detriment. It's always been neutral at worst.
Never gonna
And in
give
a
you
lot of
up.
cases,
Never gonna let you down. She
in
did
a lot of
that.
cases, she's been, yeah, she does do that. In a lot of cases, she's actually working to your benefit because she's decided to sell her services to somebody and is doing that. Like, she's kind of an odd jobs person, though she is based out of Planacadia. Much like Himiko, Planacadia appears to be where she's from, though that's not definitely for sure. So basically, the part of the story that I've done so far has been more or less introducing the Phantasmoon games, which is the Holy Grail War of Aha. And it works exactly like the Holy Grail War, more or less, except that there are 8 competitors, and in order to be a competitor, they have to secure one of the 8 masks. And rather than control seals, command seals, that's what they have as their sort of badge of participation. And of course, the way that you win is by farming more clout than anybody else. So clout is worth its weight in gold. In on the planet of Ahatopia, more specifically this region, this country, Planacadia. But the antagonist, probably not the real antagonist, probably like the ultra short-term antagonist that the first arc of any story has, is Sparksy. So Sparksy, it turns out. Also, the basic rule for Planacadia is that there's wish power is everything. Wish power is the old name for clout, but basically, you can create yokai by telling a good enough story about them. And this used to be something that was very difficult to do. It was, it was basically the purview of artists. But after one of the Phantasmoon games, a whole bunch of stuff happened that they don't really go into great detail on, but they do explain the rough outline of. It became much, much easier to for yokai to come into existence without being explicitly designed to through like years and years and years of myth or anything like that. And eventually this resulted in, as Planacadia was being reformed after the Phantasmoon games, which caused the entire plane to collapse into 2 dimensions instead of 3. While they were recovering from that, they passed a bunch of laws basically giving essentially human rights to yokai. The thing is that the spectrum of things that is yokai is pretty broad, as anybody who's had any encounter with Japanese folklore will be aware.
Incidentally, Fern just had his first encounter with a bear.
I
He got
did get
bird.
bird.
He got
There's-
bird
I
on.
almost killed it.
Almost being the operative.
And then
Almost being the operative.
womboed from
I got
100 to
whopped.
nothing by the bear, as they do.
Yeah, as they do.
But yeah, so they've got human rights now, whether they are a tiny little like slime creature or whether they are an enormous storm dragon that currently occupies the purpose of being a TV broadcast antenna.
What?
Used to be the storm dragon, but there's not a lot of market room for storm dragons these days. And so,
So he's just a
he's
jobber.
he's undergone industrial retraining and now he's the broadcast tower, basically. But yeah, so Sparksy is the initial antagonist, and Sparksy is basically Sparkle does a lot of off-world work, but when she's on-world, one of the odd jobs she does to make ends meet is she's a streamer. She's an entertainer. in order to try and stage the grift of continuing to keep the stream donations coming in when she's not on world streaming, she created basically an AI version of herself to
Oh no.
to continue farming the simps. Problem is that when the Phantasmoon games began again, and the sort of the average level of ahaness of the world got kicked up a notch, this the Sparksy, which was her online persona, gained a will of its own and became functionally a yokai. So now it's completely separate from Sparkle and considers itself to be fundamentally superior to Sparkle because, well, it's not wrong. It is fundamentally superior to Sparkle because it has been farming clout in Planacadia this entire time while Sparkle has been off-world, and clout is everything. So Sparksy is now an outrageously powerful individual because she's the #1 streamer on the most entertainment-focused planet in the cosmos. So, yeah, Sparksy is now the antagonist. So, for very silly reasons, in a very silly way. But yeah, it's fun seeing Tingyan again, Sparkle again. Sunday's got a big role in this one. Silver Wolf as well. Blade hasn't appeared on screen yet, as far as I've gotten in the story, which is not very far. But yeah, it's basically everybody's getting to have their go in the spotlight after being off screen for the longest time, and the whole vibe of the story is radically different to what it was, having moved out of Amphoria. So the sort of the sheer diversity of tone that Star Rail is capable of is really on show here, because it's just it's a totally different kind of place. It looks like, the downtown in a Digimon game rather than
Fair enough.
like Penacony or Amphorius, because there's all these weird creatures hanging around and everybody's acting like it's totally normal. But but yeah, other than that, it feels very normal, and you go to visit Himiko's alma mater where she went to high school, and see what things are like there. And basically, a main reason I haven't made much progress in the story is that there's an awful lot of dicking around that you can just do, like a lot of dicking around. There's just like stupid time-consuming stuff to do around every corner, whether it's like little platforming games or puzzles or the strange dice / card game that you can play, which is basically my favorite among most of the MMO card games. So the simple fact it takes very little time to play. Like, it's going to take like it goes into sudden death on like round 5 or something, and you play one card per match. So it's like, so it's very, very quick to play. It's very luck based, meaning that they can stack the deck either against you or in your favor as the designers please. So you can never really be sure if you're playing properly. But yeah, it's quick and easy, and that's good. But yeah, there's just a lot of silly things to do. Most of it not particularly of great import, and the story so far is like the stakes are this. You are informed that the stakes are high because the prize for winning the Phantasmoon games is to be aha for a minute, which gives you an awful lot of raw power. But that's because it's aha. That's kind of remote. Like, you don't feel the stakes are high. So when people act in glib and silly ways, it doesn't really feel that out of character. What the Shansho is up to is kind of obscure at the moment. Basically, the Arbiter General of the UK, I can't remember how to pronounce it. The Arbiter General Yaguang has shown up personally, and she reveals relatively early on, once you meet her, that, well, basically it's that she's the best diviner that the Shansho has. She's better at it than anybody. Closely followed by her junior, who trained under the same master, Fushin. And And, Fu Xuan can literally walk through a hail of bullets simply by knowing where she's allowed to walk. And Yao Guang is a cut above her. So, she's got an odd attitude to life due to being extremely good at telling the future. But yeah, she's basically there because both her and Fu Xuan were unable to find any extrapolation of the future where an Arbiter General didn't die as a result of the events taking place on Planet Arcadia. And so she just decided she was going to go there because originally it was supposed to be Jing Yuan's job to visit Planet Arcadia at this time for political reasons. And she decided to take it instead. Because she was basically way more sanguine about dying. And so, the Arbiter General is kind of important, though, right? To their ship. The most important person, in fact. The president,
Yes.
basically. So she had to arrange for, and this is just an offhanded comment she makes, like really offhanded, about her death and the arrangements that she's making. So she needs a successor. And so she decided she needed to appoint a successor before she left to take over as the new person to run the world ship if she's killed, because she expects to be killed. Or at least that's what she's telling everybody. I mean, I guess you don't really know with her. And everybody expects her in that particular conversation to say Fu Xuan is going to be a successor because Fu Xuan's her junior. And they trained together. They know each other really well. They understand each other really well. Fu Xuan has had experience as acting as a proxy general for Jing Yuan in the past. And then she lets you know who she actually sent to be trained as her successor.
Was it Wowo?
No. It was Qin Shi.
What? What is it?
Yeah,
Mahjong?
she just makes this offhanded comment about, "Oh, I've prepared my successor already. She's being sent to the Yuche to be trained as we speak." And then she idly comments about what it will be like to have Qin Shui as the general of the ship.
That ship is gonna be very good at Mahjong.
To be fair,
Hello, chest up
Qing
here.
Yuan is also incredibly lazy. In fact, in the crossover event on Honkai Impact 3rd between Star Rail and Honkai Impact, Jing Yuan's entire bit of the story of that event is him just trying to get out of doing work. Everything that he does is to evade getting called back to his desk.
Can't blame him.
But then the ship doesn't fall out of the sky, so... But yeah, so it's just an offhanded joke that they make. But the idea that Qin Shui would be press ganged into the single most important role in Shanzhou society after having spent her entire career trying to avoid responsibility, it's highly amusing to me. I also couldn't help but note when walking down through the downtown business district in Plan Arcadia that there is a currently gated off, but has a hallway and a door behind it, mahjong parlor in the city. So
It's coming.
it could happen. It's not impossible. But yeah, so it's so far the only thing I've been able to pull off it really is vibes because I haven't gotten too deep into the story. But it so far has been extremely silly and quite entertaining. A lot of the early part of the game, the story though, is Scott wrangling.
Oh, your boy
Scott
Because
Scott.
apparently,
Oh dear.
well, he basically his star was not ascendant after completely ballsing up the Holy Grail War on Penacony, and apparently Aventurine offered him a gig, but that gig ended up him being transferred to being under Pearl's command on Planet Arcadia, and he is being forced to serve as a guide to the Trailblazer and to March, which you can tell he's absolutely relishing.
March,
That's
you are the most despicable human being I have ever met. That's coming from me.
But yeah, There's a lot of Scott related shenanigans. I think it's probably a limited shelf life joke that is going to be restrained predominantly to the first part of the story, but basically you get drafted into a student life scenario with him as well during one part of the story, which is interesting. So you get to ruin his life in an alternate continuity again. But yeah, so Scott is definitely a special one in all sorts of ways.
Oh wait,
But
I got it.
So I did pull on the banner, and the banner beat the crap out of me twice. It do be like that.
It'd be like that.
Kinda
Is
wish it hadn't.
You said one of them
But,
wasn't too bad.
Well, yeah, I had to go to like 80 and then 70 to get Yaguang, and that was because I got a Clara instead of Yaguang. But I only had to pull to 30 or 40 on the banner for her signature. So I mean, that's as good as I'm going to get. I am very near. I'm so close to completely dry now that it makes no difference. But it is also the beginning of a patch, so I'll be able to at least recoup some of it before I have to start using real money to do things, which I hope I don't have to do. But I mean, is almost certainly going to have to do if I want to build Elation. And I really like Sparksy's combat animations. They're very silly, so I'm quite tempted to just go all in on that. But nobody really knows how that meta is going to shape up. I haven't claimed my free 5-star for this patch cycle. Probably I'm going to go for Kafka simply because I use that comp for realsies a lot. Whereas I don't use Sparkle all that much, and I don't know how long her relevance is going to carry on. She works extremely well for the Archer team, and she will be in the initial version of the Sparksy team. But the thing is, I don't know if she's going to stay on the Sparksy team because Elation is designed in a way very similar to Remembrance, which strongly encourages having a monotype team. So maybe she's going to continue to be good. Maybe she'll be like the Tribby for that team, like the way I use Tribby in my Remembrance team, which makes me down 1 Remembrance, but it doesn't make much difference because Tribby's a very powerful support. Could end up like that. Could also not end up like that. Don't really know. Have to wait and see. But yeah, so far it's been an enjoyable experience, but I mean it's sort of hard to tell in a vacuum how enjoyable is this experience in some respects because it's also kind of it's just so fresh after having spent so much time in Amphorius. It's just it's a breath of fresh air. It's a totally different vibe. So
Yes.
yeah, I'm having a
Enjoy
good
it
time.
while it's all light and happy until things go inevitably pear-shaped.
Yeah, it's in the end, it's still Xiaoji writing the freaking story.
Yep. So someone's gonna die.
It's going to be bad for somebody. Somebody's going to get stuck in like infinity time loop limbo, suffering constantly or something, because that appears to be his favorite thing to do to characters.
Send him to the Shadow Realm.
The Shadow Realm would be an upgrade.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's off to a good start as far as I'm concerned. It's a very jarring and different feel, but in a good way. Although I do feel like I'm playing Yokai Watch a lot of the time. But
It's a very, very silly series.
Yes, but everybody, Planet Acadia is a silly place, much like Camelot. So yeah, but I'm having a good time with it. I'm looking forward to playing more of the story. I don't really know how long it is or where it's actually going, and I think that they're about to introduce Ashvale, where I'm up to, based on the sort of the framing of the thing. So we do have leaks for Ashvale, that are comparatively complete for reasons that I explained earlier in the show. Leaks are still sort of, sparse. They're a little bit thin on the ground compared to where they were once upon a time. But yeah, it's basically he is an incredibly powerful follow-up damage sub DPS. Like poor Topaz has been power crept out of existence. Like the amount of raw power that the current iteration CBT version 1, no numbers tuning yet, of Ashvale is like, well, if you have a fart team, you could replace Face Shout or Topaz and it would be a damage increase. But yeah, unfortunately for Aristeel, he's still a penis haver, so his fart team's going to end up still loitering around. However, his design sort of strongly suggests that there will be another follow-up character of some kind at some point in the future. Because it's got the vibe of a sub DPS rather than a primary DPS. So presumably follow-up is going to get another premium character of some kind. Either something that will push him to be a primary DPS or a primary DPS itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a redo of Himiko or something.
Well, I mean, we know there's going to be a redo of Himiko. That's been already sort of that was leaked like months and months and months ago, and it is Himiko's home planet, and she's apparently got a capital D dark, capital S secret of some sort, on the planet, or like some kind of great regret or something like that, which will alter her outlook on things, etc., etc. Although when the topic of her great regret came up initially, it was supposed that perhaps it was that time she got a trendy short haircut.
Oh.
But yeah, there's no knowing, even with two characters, full kits and so on. There's no knowing what direction the meta is going to go. Much like in early Amphorius, where nobody knew what was going to happen with Aglaya. Either she was going to become the center of the main team, or she was going to be irrelevant, and it turned out neither was the case. She just has a team that's ultra niche, but has monstrously high damage ceiling if you can pull it off. But
Took me a year.
yeah, it's one of those teams that if you want it to perform, you've got to invest a lot of time and effort into it. I mean, I did the same with Super Break, right? I have a heavily invested Super Break team. As a result of it being heavily invested, it can obliterate anything in the game. But who knows how long that's going to last? I'm expecting Super Break's going to be on hiatus for quite some time.
It did
Then
just
again,
get a good bit of love.
there is a rumor going around that Firefly is going to get a Nova Flare, like 3 versions down from where we currently are. And that is an update of a rumor that we had previously about her getting one at some point during 4.x. So it's credible. Though the weakest link in that comp, if you exclude the sustain, because the sustain can really be anyone, and they have issues with their sustain design generally. The weakest link in that team is Firefly, because Dahlia's new and Tingyun is basically a more Tingyun was designed not in a vacuum the way Firefly was, so it does make sense to shave off some of the sharp edges. But the thing is, I would say that at this point, Dahlia already did that for the most part. What Super Break really needs is it's a stronger identity, because Dahlia sort of shaved away at that identity in favor of making it more applicable in more situations. So yeah, well, I think that it's likely to be on hiatus for a while, and probably they'll just try and fix whatever the current problem is for the current meta when they do a review of Firefly's kit. But I do like the position that they've adopted in ZZZ and in Star Rail to some extent, where it's just gradually becoming the norm that if a character becomes ridiculously far left behind, they'll just look at what they can do to save them. And it will almost never make that character like, oh my goodness, what have we just picked a fight with? It would almost never make that character OP, but what it will mean is the people that have that character can enjoy playing them again instead of feeling like they're trying to do something impossible.
It's a better way of handling creep, I suppose, instead of just ignoring it.
It's imperfect because ideally you would try and find a way to make creep either extremely slow or not a thing. But if you can't do that, then you might as well at least keep people who are heavily invested in your game happy. You guys survive? Where are you?
No.
I died.
I arrived and immediately got.
I was doing so good dodging everything it did, and then I took a top to the knee.
Yeah, Planicadia, good so far. Platforming stuff is like they've kept it nice and simple and easy so far, but I've been trying to push forward with the story, so I've avoided anything that isn't basically necessary for advancement. I'm sure, much like with the goat puzzles in Amphorius, there's going to be some real nasty platformers as well. But there's only so much they can do with their platforming engine because it's kind of simplified. So yeah, they're not going to try and go fully fledged, Castlevania or anything like that. But there's a certain amount of room to be obnoxious still, if they choose to do so.
I'm just waiting for the phone call when they introduce a Mahjong event that's, Ari, tell me what to play.
How do you Mahjong?
They still want people in the West to buy the sodding thing, so they're not going to make it very difficult. I, in fact, don't really expect them to ever put Mahjong in proper. Like, they're more likely to put freaking puzzle tile matching Mahjong in than they are to put real Mahjong in. But they could do it. But it's probably still more likely that you're going to get Chinese Mahjong than Japanese Mahjong if they were to put the full Mahjong in. And then when they bring the event back for the second time, then they can have Richie in.
The way the
Mind
game.
you, if they just change the names for everything, maybe they could get away with it.
Yeah, because in a mobile game, regular ass Mahjong ain't gonna fuck. Like, that's not working. Go for come here.
Oh.
Might have been close enough to get credit for this. Absorb one of these turtles.
Nope, no turtles.
No turtle echoes for you to absorb around the beach. Over here.
Nope. No, hang on, unless there's one in the water. No turtle echo for me.
Okay, because one of them was a phantom turtle, I think.
Oh, damn it.
I don't know, does that appear for everybody?
Oh, you know what it is? I think I have my turtles set to all my echoes or phantom ones.
Oh.
So it'll just show up as a phantom no matter what.
I know that there's a permanent phantom tiger in this zone.
Or, yeah, it's
like
either...
It always spawns as a phantom.
Yeah, it's either always phantom or has a stupidly high chance to be a phantom. I'm not sure which.
I don't think I've ever seen it not be a phantom, but then if I did, I probably wouldn't realize it was the same one. It's near a pool of water normally, isn't it?
Yeah, there's like a tree.
There's a lot of trees.
Yeah.
Big springly red one. Big springly red one growing out of a pool of water, maybe?
That sounds right. Oh, red usually... I don't know if it's a red one. It might be a red one.
I don't know if there's any spawn conditions like clearing the store or anything.
Yeah, he's just kind of hanging out. He's close to a teleport point. I know that because he's near a few of the dailies.
Not seeing any tigers around over here unless we already bopped it.
Possible.
Maybe.
I know we did bop a few tigers.
Anyway, I don't think that there's much else to mention for Star Rail. Like new anomaly arbitration and that is up, but I'm expecting that it's going to be built around Elation, and since I'm planning to build Elation, I might as well wait rather than trying to push that rock uphill.
Yeah. I saw a preview, the boss preview, when I opened the menu, and I'm like, oh, that's new stuff, and just closed it right away. If there wasn't an archetype, Aha is the best Aeon. But
No, that's not a question.
the problem is right now I just don't have any Jade really laying around. I've got enough for like 90 pulls, I think.
Well, I
Sitting
mean,
around.
they've really made it like a habit now. At this point, it's like a full-on habit to just do triple banners all the time.
Yeah,
Like really, really regular triple banners. I think probably characters go up on banner more often in Star Rail these days than basically any other gacha. Like if you miss a character, they'll be back in 2 patches or something like that.
yeah,
It's just, you might as well just sketch out the team you want ahead of time and then save for it.
yeah. Because Star Rail is the one I don't spend anything on except for like the battle pass. So I'm limited by my funds there. But we'll see how it goes in Star Rail. If uh, if the story's
I mean,
fun,
the timing wise, this is going to be a normal length patch, and the next patch will be 4 weeks rather than 6 because they want to deploy Anniversary 4.2 on the originally intended schedule.
I see.
So at the normally scheduled time, the Anniversary will drop, and the Anniversary is almost certainly going to drop with a whole pile of triple banners and a whole pile of Jade. So anybody who's got ambitions to build a team based on stuff they don't have Jade to do now, you just need to plan ahead and wait for Anniversary to come up.
Yeah,
And you have a better picture of the meta by then as well.
I'm also at a position where the teams I have no characters to target that we currently know about that could augment them. Like they've all got everybody that they could get. So I pretty much have to pick a new archetype and go into it.
Yeah, I've got lots of everyone but one teams. I've got my super break team is like geared to the stratosphere, and like it has eidolons dripping from everything. But my other teams are all sort of like, yeah, good, but there's one piece missing type of design. But that sort of, it served me quite well because like if your one piece missing from Remembrance is Cyrene, but instead you've got E1 Tribi, you're not really losing out by a huge amount.
No, you unless Cyrene's shield, she's not super big, especially at E0. Like, but she's fine, and I use her in the Aggie team anyway. Because
But,
when they put a blonde into the game finally, I was bound and determined to make her work. Dang it!
yeah, the my teams are often missing a bit. Like I don't have WoW for Dot, and Dot likes WoW a lot because it's entirely based around ults and ult timing. So that's kind of But
You not have Wubba.
Donahung
Wubba
does
is
the
the
job
best.
okay because Donahung does the job okay because all his buffs drive attack anyway, and attack is the only stat other than effect hit rate that matters for that team. So it's sufficient. It's not WoW, but it's sufficient.
But
Um,
it's Wubba.
I haven't had an opportunity to test out new design for Black Swan or for Sparkle yet, but on paper it looks great. But I just haven't taken the time to put them through their paces.
Yeah, it was not a hard decision on what to get. It took just process of elimination real quick, and I was like, "Yep, I'm getting the Sparkle Eidolon for my free 5-star." Because I don't have a dot team. The 2 characters that I can make a dot team with are currently up, so they're going to be away for a while after this. So the dot team ain't happening. So couldn't get the Kafka one. Adventuring is just more shields, and as though he isn't already drowning the team in shields. Who else?
It's very hard to take damage if you have adventuring.
I mean, there have been a couple anomaly arbitrations where I have seen the health bar go down.
It wiggles a little bit.
They bust the shield once, and then all I got to do is press the skill button one time to compensate.
Put it back.
That more than puts it back because he auto shields every time he gets 7 stacks of his poker chips. And those shields stack forever.
Oh my.
Yeah, it's real hard to get killed with Venturing. Who's the other not Venus Haver? Oh, Acheron. Acheron's E1 is the most whatevs. Why would you waste money on this Eidolon of all time? And
Yeah, like it's such a shill for getting to E2.
and I'm like, we at the current political climate right now, there's no freaking way telling when Acheron's ever going to come back, and so not that's off the table. And then so I was just left with Sparkle because everybody else had a penis or was Jinglio.
And Jingliu is for people who are super Jingliu fans. Like those are the people that are going to get another Jingliu Eidolon. There are people out there, like I saw them on the social media saying that, yeah, I'm going to pull. I know everybody's saying not to, but I'm definitely going to pull on Jingliu because I just like using her team.
Yeah, that was easy.
Ton of stuff, ton of Jade, ton of tickets, ton of I'm not one of those people who was lucky to pull the 100 ticket bonus that is up for grabs. Various people have posted screenshots of them getting it. Those people are all coincidentally whales, so everybody's all, is this rigged? This is rigged.
Yeah.
It could possibly be that there are people who play the game who don't just post literally everything that they do online.
There's a lot of people like that.
I would say the majority of people don't post everything they do online. The world would be healthier if they didn't post everything they do online.
Yeah, I gather that they're actually having to invent new names for new psychological disorders that are caused by people being plugged into social media all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do be that way, Mr. Stancil.
Speaking of Mr. Stancil, have you seen that he's starting to get...
I saw the headline on the forums, but I didn't read the thread. But I saw he got an update to his thread.
Yeah, it's been quite funny. He's sort of reached like enlightened centrist circa 2014 at this point.
Oh dear.
Because he's realized that none of the people he thought were his friends are actually his friends, and they all hate him.
Oh dear.
Hmm.
So he's like, all I wanted was to have a reasonable discussion.
Yeah, and we just want to play video games.
The fact is that everybody that he's been supporting is a complete psychopath. So yeah, it's like the Will Stancil show becoming true in real time. Highly entertaining. Anyway, yeah. So I don't think I've got much else to talk about with Star Rail right now. It is what it is. Only other news has come out from Hoyo is that there's sort of like a pseudo crackdown taking place on like third-party sellers of Stellar Jade. Apparently, it's been a real problem recently that people have been getting scammed. Not really sure why there is now a generation of people who think you should give your account details to somebody online.
I mean,
But there is.
Well, the YouTube content creator market normalized it because you go to any Gacha YouTube content creator, and inevitably one of them will have a shill for loot bar or something right at the front of their video.
Loot bar doesn't need account details. Loot bars just top up via UID. Unless you play Woolworth, in which case you do have to hand over account details.
Flutterflies.
Can I do butterflies?
Yes, you can do flutterflies.
I can do butterflies.
They're like the Salee. Whenever I see the flutterflies, they must get done immediately because they'll drive me nuts.
And you'll forget where they were.
Yeah.
You forget where they are exactly. Hang on, there's a thing over here.
BB will protect the flutterflies.
All right. Should we look at some actual game news?
Was there any?
If you can find some, by all means.
There's little bits. You've got the developers of Highguard crashing out, and they're pulling the usual thing of blaming their audience.
Yeah.
Well, they've all been laid off. What's the good of blaming the audience at this point?
Well,
yeah.
I don't think it goes that far. I think they don't have a job now, and their game got killed before it even got out the gate, thanks to the Game Awards.
The game got killed because it was completely unappealing.
Yeah,
It was bland and boring.
it was bland and boring, and that is entirely their fault. But I think they're just having a emotional crash out because they didn't think it would go this bad for them. I don't think that
Yeah.
Flies.
I in a in a way, you know, if there was anybody genuine on that team who thought this was a great idea, and even though it looked like generic shooter slop, I would the hypothetical guy on that team that thought this had potential and just saw all his work go down the toilet and was not in on any of the other stuff around it. I would feel bad for him. But the problem is he's not going to post on social media if he does exist. That dude is going to be like the coder in the office. So everybody I see related to the game is just acting like a tool whenever I see their stuff crop up. I like,
Yeah.
I there's a world where I could feel bad for some of your team. Like, and I could buy an argument of not getting a fair shot and everything. But you idiots that are opening your mouths are just proving us right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, invariably the biggest tool in the toolbox is always the voice actors. I don't know how it is that EN voice actors have got such a delusional idea about their importance.
Yeah, I don't.
I suppose it's probably that there's companies like Blizzard that kowtow to them.
Yeah, it's totally California culture that does all that shit, and now Austin, Texas too. But then again, Austin's basically just a little California in the heartland of Texas.
Yeah.
But
The other big thing that's really getting people going this week is Discord's announced changes.
yeah, so like we say every time,
Don't say anything that would get us banned.
anytime there is something like this, and some kind of new for the children's, we're gonna curtail their access to pornography, whatever, or adult
Are
content.
you though? Are you though?
That's the thing. Is these efforts always conspicuously involve giving you more personal information or details than you already had, and are almost certainly not going to accomplish what you say they're going to do. How
Yeah,
about that?
now anybody who is not verified is a higher chance of being a child. So if you're looking for children to pester on Discord because you're a creep, now you can find them all pinned together instead of having to scout around.
Assuming they don't have their own version of the Sam Fisher exploit. Or you just take the face model for Norman Reedus and Death Stranding and use that for age verification.
Yeah, a lot of people are doing that.
I've seen people doing it with like Gmod face and that.
Yeah, the recognition is not all that picky.
Yeah, it's just AI. AI is and the intelligent part is not there yet.
No.
Well, all of the really powerful AI stuff is all in internal tools anyway. Like the public-facing stuff, even paid public-facing stuff, is usually a couple generations behind what's actually being used in the AI industry itself. So most of us basically don't have any idea what the AI is currently capable of because we won't see it.
Yeah, it'll be probably 4 or 5 years before we can get anything like that, and by then it'll be moved on.
No, it
Burn.
will be much. It'll be much faster than that.
Burn, come
and
back.
It will continue accelerating.
Oh, you moved them down. Okay. Wee sheep. So, yeah, the other element of this is, of course, is people just started pointing out, hey, Discord, about those private information leaks.
Yeah, because wasn't it not 6 months ago they had a data breach?
Quite a big one, yeah.
And wasn't it them?
That was not the first.
And wasn't stuff in that data breach stuff they said was definitely not being kept by them?
Yes.
You mean,
their current claim that this verification won't be kept by them has already been shown to be untrue as well.
Completely, yes, because they're tied into a third-party information broking company.
Why even bother to just come out and lie if you know you can't protect the secret?
It at least makes your lie credible.
You don't even need a lie. Just don't even say anything. Just don't say it.
Shut up.
Don't say the part that's a lie.
Yeah, just
I mean, I don't work with the opossum, so I'm not used to this kind of thing.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I'm.
The
Oh, why does he
I
do
did
that?
see one quick note that flew across as well that the search for Discord alternatives on Google has gone up 10,000%.
I don't doubt it. I mean,
Most likely, yeah.
I am, as I just mentioned, I am over halfway through my 30s now, as of an hour ago. Also, Fern, come to me. I'm at the
I'm coming.
top of the everything. You
The
definitely, yeah, you definitely want to get this one. You just went right back over it earlier. Like I'm not giving these people a picture of my face.
No.
Like,
Okay.
and here's the thing. You know, we are probably the most least likely individuals to go to some weird Gooner Discord. But you just know that basic functionality is going to start getting locked behind us. Or they're going to start labeling stuff as adult content that has nothing to do with what we would consider adult content.
Yeah, and that doesn't even need malice behind it. That's just an AI coming through and just doing that.
Well,
it's already happening on YouTube.
Yeah, it would just be corpo garbage. And yeah, they could use an AI to deploy it. They could scan your
They almost
server.
always do. Like they're almost nobody bothers to check these things by eye anymore. Everything is done automated.
Yeah, that way they can blame the AI when there's a problem and it's cheaper.
That's what YouTube's been doing for years.
Yeah. So you know our server's gonna get hit with it. Like we don't post any like one of the very few rules I have on the server is no pornography.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't even know that was a rule.
Like it's not even written
It kind of
down.
goes without saying.
It's not written down anywhere, but it is a spoken rule on the server. Like that is.
So if I wanted to go, I wouldn't. If I wanted to find a weird Guna server, I actually wouldn't know how to do it.
Yeah, I don't.
I wouldn't be able to even if I wanted to.
Like the starting point of that quest would probably be go to Reddit and ask and look for a thread about it. Don't do that.
That or dive into the Final Fantasy 14 RP community.
That is true. Just go to Limsa and ask. I'm sure you'll get an answer.
Just go into Limsa Laminza and ask.
You'll get a fat man playing a Lalafell that wants to slide into your DMs right away.
Yes, who has mods that turn his Lalafell into a big booby waifu.
No, they won't. Well, the boobies will be big, but not the Lalafell.
No, that's correct. It will be 1 part Lalafell, 2 part boobies.
Well, it could be worse. Could be the
I've
male.
seen those mods. They are disturbing.
The guy got banned on the farms recently, so his post can't be viewed anymore. But there was a guy that did an investigation on the farms of with a mod that lets you see other mods, the one that made Yoshi P flip out.
Oh yeah.
And oh boy, you don't want to know.
No, I don't think I do.
Whatever you're imagining how bad it is, it's worse.
No, I'm studiously not imagining anything. I'm keeping my mind carefully blank.
Like,
keep in mind, I play Hrothgar as a primary. I went looking for hat mods.
Yeah.
Do not, under any circumstance, ever search for Hrothgar mods.
Yeah, don't. That's a bad idea.
Do not.
That is even
a very, very bad idea.
That is an even worse
that
idea.
Community is not right.
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever you're thinking of, Ari, I've probably seen worse.
I mean, there are Hrothgar in Limsa, but
there are hats mods that grant hats, but apparently the base game does that. Hats. Yay.
Yeah. Like I had a hair texture upscaler for a little bit before it broke, and that was the only visual mod I ever tried, and I didn't keep it on because it kept causing issues. But
there are some really, really cool mods out there, like basically giving a class a completely different visual.
I was so very tempted to install the Devil May Cry mods. So
those are so freaking cool.
So very, very tempted, but they would have necessitated the installation of all the mods that you need to go to Gunnar websites to get.
Yeah, I kind of was tempted to go down
animation rigs and things.
Yeah.
All the custom.
Like I was tempted to go down the rabbit hole of Gundam Machinist, but yeah.
Yeah, and like so we wouldn't know how to get to these servers without extensive research. But we're
You need
get
1-2 dozen scripts built into your client for different types of thrusting.
yeah, no. I don't need animation replacements for that stuff, please, okay, thanks.
No.
The what you call it? But our server is 100% getting dinged. Like we say edgy enough stuff that they are that if an AI bot happens to sweep our server, it's getting dinged. There is nothing on this server.
Like me posting a tweet about the nationality of the new Discord CEO.
Yeah, like that
Yeah, that
kind
would do it.
that kind of crap is going to get dinged as not safe or child appropriate.
To be fair, do we want children in our server?
I mean, I would advise against it, but it's not. I don't want to go out of my way to stop them from accessing the server. And more importantly, I don't want our server getting tagged because I don't want to give Discord my information just to access it.
Yeah, true that. But yeah, there are alternatives out there for Discord, but none of them are as good. It was more as feature complete, I suppose, is probably a better word.
Yeah.
Well, I
'Cause
mean,
good and
this
Discord
is
are, yeah.
this is a golden opportunity for Gabe if he really wants to
Yeah.
pursue it.
If he could upgrade Steam
To just
Chat
like,
into a
well,
proper
you've
Discord
been letting
alternative.
Yeah, he's been letting it die on the vine for the longest time. All he has to do is like the sort of the necessary feature set to keep people happy is very well understood now. All you need to do is, build it into a system everybody already has installed. You could do
Yeah.
it. It wouldn't even
Just-
cost that much, considering that everybody knows what we want now. It's not
Just
no extra market exploration is required or anything like that. It's already there. You know there's a market
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
yeah, private channels and improve the Steam voice chat, and away we go.
Yeah, just hook a good VoIP codec into Steam Chat. Let us make private servers with channels in it. You just can use Discord as a template and expand on it, and you're good to go. You don't even got to expand on it at first. Just get the raw basic
Or
functionality.
you don't if you don't want to do that, you could just buy it out from one of the small Discord competitors that have the same feature set, fix up the bugs, and then graft it in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you don't even need to do the work. Just buy it off the shelf. There are so many of them.
And most of them will be willing and happy to sell.
Yeah, they'll just want to sell it. Like, yeah, we're not going to take off in the current environment. We've got our own thing that we thought was gonna work, but Discord moved too fast, and so now we're treading water. Yeah, we'll sell up.
Yep. Or even better yet, we'll just come and work for you.
Probably what he would do, because that's the kind of guy Gabe is. Man, the world's
Yeah,
gonna
they've
be.
done it plenty of times in the past.
Man, the
It's
world.
gonna be rough when he's gone, man.
We're gonna miss him.
If we're allowed to give one guy like a bonus 20 years of life on the planet, please pick Gabe.
Please. How old is Gabe now, anyway?
He must be ancient.
He's getting there. Like, the dude's got to be in his 60s or 70s. Like, it's at any moment we could lose Gabe.
He is at the bottom end of the Santa progression.
Yeah, and he's not at the bottom end of the BMI.
Well, I heard he has been looking better in his picture.
He's yeah, but it's because his doctor told him, look, you need to do something now, or you're gonna be dead.
He's 63, so yeah, we might get a bit longer out of him yet.
It all depends on what happened to his arteries during the first 60 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gabe's rich enough, he can buy a new heart.
He probably could.
Flush those
So
arteries.
he's like the one guy, like, nobody begrudges when Gabe buys his 8th yacht.
Yeah.
No.
Because Gabe makes games cheaper for us. Gabe makes it easy.
And he's not a dick about it.
Yeah. Gabe is a CEO that actually at least played video games. I doubt he plays very much anymore. But
I
at least
have time.
Yeah, at least played vidya.
Does he live in New Zealand now?
Good question.
I seem to vaguely remember that he moved here for a while.
He did for a little while.
But Jacinda might have scared him off, I don't know. She
yes.
was a lunatic.
He was stuck in Auckland during the coup.
Oh man, of all the places you could get stuck.
Yeah.
I mean, if
And
you're stuck like if you're stuck in like the sounds or in sort of a central volcanic plateau or something like that, it's like, well, I mean, not much has changed. If you're stuck in Auckland, then all the Aucklanders are there with you,
okay, officially he lives in Seattle, but in reality he lives at sea
like on a
on his
boat,
yachts. On his boat.
okay,
Yes.
like multiple of them at once.
I guess, yes.
I mean that's
So
if you have fu money that and just want to disconnect from society instead of being, another rich guy trying to trying to rich it up everywhere, and you just want to go live your life on a boat with your money, that's fine.
I'm just gonna go. Yeah, just go.
Well, I
Go
mean,
live
like
on a boat.
Starlink is a thing now, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
according to Wikipedia, Newell owns several ships and has lived mostly at sea since the pandemic.
So yeah. I don't know. We might have to get Gabe around for a bit longer yet.
Yeah, but
We'll see.
it's still that dark day in gaming's future when we lose Gabe is
He is at the very least
anybody
he's approaching retirement age.
anybody check to make sure he wasn't in the Epstein files?
actually I think he wasn't. I think it was notable because Gabe was not in there at all, not even a passing mention. I heard it might be Asmongold that said it, so I don't know how reliable the Roach King is on that. But
Yeah. Roach King can be kind of hit and miss on things. He's just a guy.
Usually, if if he's deliberately locking horns with a particular controversy, he tries to be as sort of clean about the facts as possible,
Yeah.
because he's not using his cleanliness anywhere else in his life.
No, that's correct. So I appreciate Asmongold. I don't always agree with him on a lot of stuff, but
I think
appreciate him.
Asmongold is a good barometer for the normie opinion of approximately our generation, of maybe a bit younger. Like
Yeah.
who the people who move in our circles, most of them are going to be, sort of drifting in the Asmongold direction.
Yeah.
That I'm sure that he's overdue a cancelling. They'll cancel him any day now.
I'm pretty sure they've tried a few
Again.
times. Yeah, because he got into
Yeah.
that hoedown with Blizzard, and that made their pets very angry.
But, I mean, like he might just end up, going the PewDiePie route and deciding, no, sod all y'all.
I'm going to go do my own thing with blackjack and hookers.
Well, no, he didn't do anything blackjack and hookers. He now leads a sort of like almost stereotypically wholesome life.
Yeah, true. He don't care. He's doing his thing.
Yeah,
It's like, rather than becoming like, because despite being outrageously rich, instead of becoming a horrific hedonist, he just lives a wholesome life with his wife and children in Japan.
Yeah. And he is, at the end of the day, just a guy. We
An
need more
outrageously
just a
rich guy,
guys.
but
Yeah. We need more just a guys.
yeah.
Phantom Clangbang.
Okay. Did I get the phantom out of that?
I think you
I
might.
don't know. They might be instanced based on what Ari was saying earlier about the turtle.
Yeah. Oh, I was thinking that because I'd already got the turtle, I might have set it to be phantom for all echoes of the turtle, so all turtles might be phantoms if I pick them up now. And
I
that
don't think it's like that. Because I've got a number of phantoms set in my characters, and that's not the case. But anyway, what else have we got news-wise?
continuing on
Not
with
a whole
Steam,
lot.
they're still being sued by the EU.
Yeah.
When in the most hilarious lawsuit on its face facts that I've ever seen, but because it's the EU Commission, Gabe's going to have to waste a lot of time and resources shutting these people up. And given what type of courts this can go through over there, it may actually turn into a problem. Because
Yeah, the EU courts are incredibly spiteful. Like, they decide what the verdict is going to be at the start. It's just a question of whether they can get there without losing face.
Yeah, it is incredibly egregious, the lawsuit being brought against Steam by whatever activist group is doing it. And yeah, that's definitely going to eat some resources. Steam's got a lot going on right now. They're trying to
Yeah.
accommodate the Steam machine and their new VR headset with the RAM shortage going on at the same time. They got the new Steam controller coming out. Um, the new Steam Deck or
Let's
their
be clear, there is no RAM shortage. There are a large number of people sitting on warehouses full of the stuff.
yeah, there
Yeah.
well there's people have bought RAM for data centers that don't exist yet for returns from AI that probably won't come.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that the whole returns from AI thing is assuming that AI is going to go through way too many middle steps. Like when AI decides to hit large, it's going to cause an economic calamity because of the number of fake jobs that will disappear overnight.
Yeah, like there is no world where investing in AI is a net positive for the economy.
Well,
Because
let's say that it's agnostic as to whether it's going to be positive or negative. It's still not a good thing to invest in because when that investment matures, the economic conditions of the world are going to be overhauled overnight. So you don't know what that maturity is going to be worth. There's no reason to believe that you're going to make any money off it if it turns out that the economy crashes and your money's worth nothing.
yeah, like when we start hitting critical mass with AI, just think of the raw number of unemployed people and that are going to pop up and how the prices of everything is going to adjust to accommodate that. Like,
And the amount of money that governments are going to print instead of solving the problems that have been caused.
yeah, like all that debt that's been accrued on top of a massive wave of unemployment that this is going to cause. Like, they're going to be first world countries may collapse economically because of that disaster. That is going to be too much to handle. So what I'm saying is, if you can
Uh,
buy land, and get some physical assets, because oh boy, everything else is kind of volatile.
Yeah, they've
yeah.
already reports from inside the AI industry is that AI has just crested the point where it can credibly code improvements to AI.
Oh no. Is it going to become self-sufficient?
Well, it's
Currently, it still requires people to tell it that it's the objective,
Yep.
but it is able to actually improve itself now. And there have been a few cycles of this. Like the people that work in the AI industry are reporting that like they come into work and they ask the AI to do their job for them, and the AI does their job for them, and they are not doing this blindly. They're doing it because it is a more efficient way of doing their work, but they're getting more and more anxious all the time that they're becoming increasingly redundant.
Hmm.
The estimates currently is that as far as like analyzing like legal material and contracts and that, the AI has reached the level of competence of a junior firm partner.
Okay.
yeah. And if you think your job or sector isn't going to be hit by AI, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. Like,
Well, I do mainly manual work, so like I'm as close to being blue collar as a white collar person can be.
like
I
I
do science, but it's all with my hands.
I do sales for idiot engineers. Uh, and I do on-site support for idiot engineers and clients and customers.
Those engineers must be seeming eminently replaceable by AI at this point.
Yeah. Problem: when the engineers are replaced by AI, I don't have a human I can talk to get my stuff written into specs.
Yeah, but the thing is that you're not going to have to go through that huge wall of them asking you all the wrong things to begin with.
Yeah. You just tell the AI add this in,
The
and it will go. Oh, okay.
the real problem is when the AI will just send their order directly to the factory and it will be correct. That's when you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, and I think that's just a hop, skip, and a jump from whoever wins the job in the construction can just click a button and order it directly from the factory. That's In 5-10 years, I may have to find a new job if that becomes commonplace. Um,
Get to know some Mexicans. I can't do landscaping.
there was a guy that said once upon a time he was asked why he became an electrician when he went into construction after working another job, and his answer was because the code book for electricians in our state isn't written in Spanish.
Oh damn.
It was the only job where he was irreplaceable and couldn't be replaced by Mexicans.
They've tried to replace my field with like photographic and video things, but they're really sketchy. But the question is, because I work in regulatory, is like, does the bureaucracy really care whether the result is correct?
No, they don't
That's the
care how many.
question.
No.
They don't care how many people got sick. I have the puppets.
Because it's like I crack open a petri dish and I'm like, yeah, that smells like Campylobacter. The AI can't smell the plate, but does the AI care if the chicken has Campylobacter? Probably doesn't. The regulators, I mean, they act like they care about public safety, but that depends. Like, is it beneficial for them to do so? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sort of case by case basis.
Yep. Yeah, and like it's scary what AI is going to do, and the more throughout society it gets spread around, like jobs are just going to disappear. People are going to go unemployed. Then nobody's going to be able to afford anything at the current prices on anything. So just you wait. I know what the government solution is going to be. More quote unquote free crap for people, and they're going to turn that money printer on, and all your savings and all your cash investments are down in value, even if their dollar value stays the same.
Yeah, and since nobody have any money, nobody will pay you very much. And so what will they do? Oh, they'll find cheap workers. Where will they find them? India.
Mexico. Like this is the world you're working towards the more you push AI. Like,
At least the Mexicans poo in the loo.
yeah, I will take a hardworking Mexican over most other uh third or second or third world imports. Like, because Mexicans, what's the Dave Chappelle joke? You saw a Asian lady who was taking offense to his jokes, and a Mexican man in the crowd, and he looked at that lady and goes, "Your child is going to be the hardest worker of all time."
And we were just saying we didn't want to get banned from Discord.
It's a positive stereotype. It's a virtue to be a hard worker. It is something I
That's
can.
like
think that matters?
This is like when I posted about Tsubai wanting to take Yaya to Kumon.
Oh no. So anyway, as far as news goes, that's it. There was the big
Really?
Sony showcase this week, and they announced a whole new bunch of God of War stuff. They're doing a remake of the first 3 games.
Yeah.
Because heaven forbid we have any creativity and release any new products.
No.
At all.
No.
Anything new at all? No.
We are thoroughly incapable of new IPs, or even
Yeah,
just sequels to existing IPs. I would take at this point. We are
I
so.
didn't realize. I only heard the other day that Blizzard has lost so much faith in Overwatch 2 that they've just rolled it back into Overwatch and it's now Overwatch again.
Apparently, yeah, they hit the break glass button. They rolled it back and released 5 champions in one go. So
Man, you
yeah,
had a cash cow with that. How did you cock it up?
because
Well, they did
Blizzarded
things like listen to the voice actor's opinion that their character needs a manjaw. Did you ever see that?
I didn't see
bits of
that
it.
one. I have seen the voice actors being tools for Overwatch.
Well, basically, there's this character, and there's lore for Overwatch characters, but I don't know any of it, not even a tiny bit.
Well, it doesn't matter because they're going
but
to retcon it to make somebody gay every time there's a controversy.
But basically, there's this character. She's like the elder sister of some other character in the lore or something. The Chinese girl made to be popular with the Chinese market by being a pretty girl, right? The Ian voice actor basically released this big call out video about how the character doesn't look the way she wants it to look, and kept posting all of these quote redesigns unquote. I don't know if you've ever been on the Hoyo Labs forums, but they're lousy with these things. Just people redesigning characters by making them ugly. But
Seen a lot of redesigning characters so they look like the free run jaw.
but but yeah, so she basically put up this video calling Blizzard out for the way they designed the character that she voices, and Blizzard just kowtowed.
Mm.
They're like, okay, we'll redesign the character's face and make her ugly. Well, they didn't say that, but that's what they're going to do because it was asked. But the thing is that's commercial suicide because the character was made to be pretty for the Chinese audience
Mm-hmm.
who just don't buy into this stuff. I mean, I posted a bunch of stuff the other day from last year about the internal logic running at the Love and Deep Space studio and the publisher, and how they think of these people as being utterly worthless and contemptible in China.
Mm-hmm.
And that they think that the whole Western woke thing that is distorting development is completely ridiculous and is going to lose the money, and their market research has shown that even theoretically pandering to these people is impossible to generate revenue. Like, there is simply not enough of them. Their volume might make it seem like there are a lot of them, but there's not enough to turn a profit, and so they've been abandoned as a market demographic, which is why they're also butthurt in the gacha space in China. But in the West, they
Yeah.
listen to them, and they're committing development resources to listening to them for Overwatch, a game that is ailing because they listened to them.
Yeah. If Blizzard was clever, you just change it to Chinese language and have the character just revert.
That might be what they go for in the end. It's just a question of whether or not the EN people are intelligent enough to realize they've been had.
No.
Because this is not about them actually caring about this, right? This is an exercise of power. They're trying to remind Blizzard who is boss. But if Blizzard is insincere, then they will take that as an insult because they've not exercised power.
I have seen considerably less YouTube videos cropping up of what the Hoyoverse voice actors are doing after Hoyo went through with a chainsaw and hacked a few limbs off.
They're not actually important, and they never were. Like, none of these people are individually important. They all believe that they're important, but they were important because they worked for Hoyo. When they no longer work for Hoyo, other than the sort of like the initial 2 days of outrage on social media, none of those people will be remembered by the population of the Hoyo community that were supporting them.
What I mean
because
more,
they never cared about those people to begin with.
What I mean more is nobody that's kept their job or stuck around has wanted to be a one that sticks out after so many people got fired.
You do still occasionally see somebody stick their neck out, and it usually gets cut pretty quickly. I get a lot more Hoyo stuff into my social media than you probably see, and it still happens, but the reaction is like swift and brutal. That's the reason why Welt doesn't have a voice in the current patch in EN.
What did he do?
That
I'm not actually sure, but the turnaround time on him getting fired was really, really fast.
damn. That chainsaw's still running then.
Yeah, they've had enough. They're not going to deal with it anymore. They don't want any of these strikes that carry on for weeks, ruining the reputation of their game.
Weeks would be an improvement.
Yeah.
Like, they're just severing the problem at its root before it goes septic now.
Yeah, and if you speak up against the people that are paying you money and go out of your way to sabotage their product, yeah, should have started chainsawing that as soon as it happens sooner.
Like, I don't want to always be playing cheerleader for these CCP organs, but the reality is that the people they're getting rid of are complete scumbags.
Well, these people have been high on their own farts forever, especially, particularly the ones that are being that are the loudest when it comes to this kind of stuff. The ones you want to see fired the most because, well, they deserve it. And they cause all kinds of other problems in the industry, and usually, coincidentally, are the ones that are gatekeeping it from normal people.
Well, like we like to keep thrashing the dead horse. I mean, look at Blizzard's creative output. What have they done that is creative? Like the entire company is dependent on WoW Midnight expansion now. Nothing else is making money. Overwatch is dying on the vine. StarCraft has been farmed out to studios overseas because they don't have the creativity to develop for that IP anymore.
Yep.
Diablo
You've
has
got,
just got like they've slapped an extra class into Diablo 2. I haven't seen
of
anybody
all
review
things,
it, but Diablo 2 was sort of like a perfect game in some sense, as it was, and I have next to zero faith that you can augment it in any way without damaging it. But but like that's not going to make them money.
yeah.
Everybody owns Diablo 2 already. Actually, I don't think I own it. I think the copy that I use is actually technically owned by my little brother, so it'll be wherever he is. But yeah, it's they just don't have any creative output. What does Blizzard do? What does Blizzard bring to the industry at all? What do they have cooking in the oven? Nothing. They're dead in the water, despite having a massive stream of money coming in. And why is that? Because they don't listen to the people that pay money for video games. They just don't. It's like the scornful developer for Love and Deep Space said. It's like, you people are worth nothing. The marketing people have judged that you don't have any IP loyalty. You will simply move where the latest controversy is. You don't transform into revenue. So there's no reason to give you what you want, no matter how loudly you scream.
And more,
And this is what they are talking about at the corporate level in these Chinese studios. It's like, no, these people don't convert. They don't convert. They make the most noise and they make the most demands, but we don't see any revenue change. And in fact, if we pander to them, the market research shows the revenue drops
it's more
because
than
we offend our core base that do convert.
it's more than that too. When you kowtow to these people and give them what they want, that's never enough. These people's entire identity is being angry.
Because they never wanted that to begin with. That wasn't important to them. It never was.
No, they just wanted something to be
It
mad
was.
about.
I don't think it's even that. It's they want to be on the winning side. They want to exercise power. They're always agitating and always being angry because they think that that's their method of exerting influence. It's their method of validating their existence in the world is by forcing something on someone else. And that's why they adopt these positions. It's why they join these communities. It's because that is their venue to feel like they have power. They can put somebody else on the altar and sacrifice them in the name of getting their way. And the particulars don't really matter. Not to them. They don't really care about that. It's about showing that they are in charge, that they can influence things, that they can make people do things. And the only place where this way of thinking has managed to gain real traction is in those places where people listen. And that means California Development Studios.
Yeah, you won't out of Seattle, California. You're not gonna see anything like creative come out of those studios. Like all they care about is catering to a bunch of people that aren't going to give them money, that are just going to make more demands after the first one's met, like that are and have totally forgotten if any of them still exist. They might have all just left, like your old school Blizzard hats. They're all gone. It's not that they forgot; they're not there anymore. They packed them and left.
It's not, yeah, and as a result of that, it's not limited to this response is an incorrect way of addressing a market need. Like if it was as simple as that, then it would be easy to change direction. But you note that they can't change direction because they've already lost all of the staff who could. I mean, if you look at the way this goes in the long term, Blizzard's creative output is not negligible because they aren't doing the right thing. Blizzard's creative output is negligible because they have nobody who's capable of doing the right thing, because those people are gone.
Yeah,
And it's like, if you look at what happened in like Ground Zero, Canada, for instance, you see this attitude really start to take in the mid 2010s, and you look at what happens to a franchise like Dragon Age, like what happens to a franchise like Mass Effect. You notice these things fall clean off a cliff, right?
yeah,
Because they're based in Canada. That's where the team logic comes from, Canada, for the most part, for these companies. And as a result of that, they have to adopt certain points of view, and with those points of view come hiring practices, and they're hiring for people who prioritize certain things, but those certain things are about responding to a particular demo, not responding to a market niche. And so you produce absolute garbage, because they can't not produce garbage. It's not a mistake in decision making, it's a mistake in, filling out your manpower capacity to be able to do interesting things. They aren't interested in doing interesting things, they're interested in addressing modern audiences, as people like to call them.
yeah. They'll have these big bloated development budgets and development cycles on top of that for these pieces of trash games for a bunch of people that aren't creative at all. But I'm just brought back to last year. What were the two most talked about games last year? Oh, right, a game made by 3 people and a game made by 33 people.
Because that's simply not big enough, not big enough to be ideologically captured. They're small enough to be nimble. They can change direction if they have to change direction. And all of the ones that are ideologically captured at that scale have already washed out, because there's not like that, the that hard baseline of people who are just code monkeys who don't have ideology, they just come in and code. They aren't big enough to have those people. The people who are on the coding level in a small company are also on the creative level.
Yeah. So it's just like, you prioritize overhiring to fill your diversity quotas. You've let them seep into every part of your game. So when you do have an idea that isn't a sequel or a remake, although increasingly I've noted that I'll take sequels at this point. Like, we're just
Yeah.
getting remakes and remasters.
Yeah, somebody's at least got to create some content to make a sequel, rather
Like,
than simply copy it into a different engine.
like just zhuzhing up the game effects and the prettiness of it. That's sometimes I want these games to stay what they were when I go back to them. Sometimes you need it. Sometimes that you got a really long running franchise, and maybe it's really hard to get people to play like the original PC-88 East 3 because nobody had a PC-88, even when it was the thing.
Mm. Even then,
But
sometimes it's just need a game to be updated so it'll actually work.
yeah, well, maybe that's
Yeah.
an opportune moment to fix it. But those opportunities are surprisingly rare and not needed most of the time. Those are rare scenarios where a remake is genuinely a good idea, and it's usually way into something's lifespan. But all these people can do is remake and remaster. It seems like so and so remastered, so and so announced this new remake is the same game, just told different with a new story and a new engine. Except for the part where it's not, because it's the exact same thing you did before. Oh, it's literally the exact same game, just with a new coat of paint and a new engine. Like that, this
Yeah,
this crap is getting old.
there's just not there's not the focus on generating IPs anymore, and I think they really do need it. And I'm surprised, because it used to be that was what companies would brag about in their earnings calls, that they have this new IP that they think has a lot of potential or whatever. But now it's just like monetize the back catalog, monetize it out the wazoo. I noticed recently they've put Dino Crisis on Steam. Which, I mean, that's
noticed
great,
that.
because it's hard to get Dino Crisis in any other context, and I
Anything
have
possible.
severe doubts that it actually works. Maybe it does, but like the fact that they have to dedicate time to this type of thing, it's like, why is there no, you know, new Dino Crisis game?
Yeah,
Why is that not a thing?
Why not just take a shot? Like it used to be, if you got a new IP that did okay, you would just throw a few of them out there. Capcom was really big about this in the 2000s, and although most of them got some purchase, even if they only had one or two entries, most of them that they did feel confident enough. Okay, we can spin some sequels out of this new IP. You keep churning sequels out, and the public used to not care if there was a dud sequel, really. Like,
Well, I mean,
Here we
it
go.
was taken as a given that you're going to get a dud sequel if there are enough sequels.
yeah, it wasn't something you had to worry about. But now you're just so creatively bankrupt that you're scared of even doing that. You're just like, oh well, that would involve actually, making a 2 to a game that already exists, and that's not proven.
Hmm.
And like
Okay, here we go. The Dino Crisis games are, I guess, technically a remaster. They're not calling it a remaster. They just made sure it works on modern systems and has a few graphics options.
wasn't the first one a
Can't be
PS1
modern
game?
systems.
Yeah, first
Yes,
one spent on the
they
PS1.
both weren't they both?
Yes,
They might
I
both
think.
I
be.
feel like they both were. But I remember them being cult classics in their time. Like, people were really enthusiastic about them. So, like, it just seemed, I've
Yeah.
always wondered why Capcom just left that on the shelf, but wondering why Capcom does things is kind of a futile
Oh,
activity.
that makes sense. This is actually the good old games version. They've just released it on Steam
Oh.
as well.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just a gog here because I noticed that they want 65 New Zealand dollars for Diablo 2.
How about no?
How
Like,
about
that's how much it costs, like, 20 odd years ago.
yeah?
I'm sorry, but your IP has depreciated a little bit since then.
Let's take
Little bit.
let's take a bit look here on. They sell it on Steam, right? Let's see, Diablo.
Though, truth be told, I'm probably more likely to play it than I am to play Diablo 4. Because at least I trusted that Blizzard as it was back then.
Yeah, they want $40 US. I played this game
What
to
year
death.
did Diablo 2 come out?
I was still in high school playing it, so, and I think that was a bit after it came out.
That
Actually,
was
this thing's
2000? Yeah, 2000.
June 2000.
yeah,
So middle of the, it's 26 years old or 25 and a half years old.
yeah. It gets a discount on its car insurance. It could drink half a decade ago.
All right, now we're getting salty. We should wrap up.
That's just an indicator of how hard up they are for Dosh, though. Really.
Yeah. In case of emergency, break Diablo 2 glass.
Yeah,
Incidentally, did the new Vampire the Masquerade game ever come out?
that's a good question.
No?
Because I know that they kept talking about it.
I thought it ended up just being stuck in development hell.
Oh no, hold on. Is this? Yeah, it looks like it did come out. It did
Yeah.
come out with mixed reviews.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Talk about the terminally woke disease killing a potential game.
Like
Yeah, there's just so much conflict in that team.
The old Vampire the Masquerade game was really, really good.
Well,
Really, really weird in places, but good.
it
It
was
has the best haunted house sequence in any video game I've ever played.
Yes. But yeah, that team, even from right at the outset, it seemed like that nobody could agree with anybody else on anything.
yeah, and
Well, because they're all furiously purity spiraling on each other.
yeah, they all were just more concerned about who was gayer and who they could accuse of being not gay enough. I'm not even joking. I'm not even exaggerating.
Depressing. So yeah. Anywho,
You still can only get 2 Onimusha games on Steam. Why is this, Capcom? What is wrong with you?
Capcom.
Yeah, I'm scared of Capcom after. Oop, I just fell in a hole. I just fell in a building.
Admittedly, the only AAA game, well, I call it AAA because it's made by a AAA studio, game that I'm actually interested in this year is still Hunter Stories 3.
Yeah, I liked 2, but I don't know if it was a jump on this franchise for realsies. Like, I liked it. I liked having Bagel Goose on my team for once.
Yep. They've it looks like for 3 they've taken the story in a more serious direction again. Like the first game was very cartoony and goofy and silly, admittedly. Because the villain was basically a really bad XP of Dr. Robotnik. But the second game had a much more coherent and solid story.
Yeah, and it had the proper apocalypse monster at the end that Monster Hunter needs.
Yes.
But yeah,
Ooh,
I am not looking forward to anything really, to be honest. And most people that I speak to are only looking forward to Silksong DLC.
Yeah.
And if you
People
press
like
them,
that.
well, what else? What else? Like, what about new games coming out rather than just DLC? And they're like,
Nah.
GTA 6,
No.
which is they're saying that more or less as a joke.
Yeah. GTA 6 is being made by Americans. The previous GTA games were being made by the British. So,
I mean, they're releasing a new Bubsy game.
I mean, honestly, I'm curious on that one. I mean, if it's a dumpster fire, I don't think anyone would be at all disappointed or surprised.
Well, I mean, the thing is that if you buy a Bubsy game and it's bad, nobody's going to sympathize with you when you complain to them.
No. It's like, oh, what did you expect? It's freaking Bubsy.
It's called
like-
Bubsy 4D, and it's coming out in May this year.
Yes. It doesn't look awful.
The last
From the
time there was a 3D Bubsy game was 1996.
Yes, and they even poke fun of that in their own trailers.
I haven't seen the trailer.
Poor Bubsy has actual PTSD from that. That's how bad that game was.
Oh,
It is,
man.
yeah.
Superman flying through rings.
It was of that caliber.
Yeah.
The kryptonite fog as well.
I rented
Ugh.
the Superman game from Blockbuster
But why?
because I was a dumb kid.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Superman also has a bit more gravity in America than it does everywhere else.
True. I don't think there's ever actually been a good Superman game. You can't really
Superman
make
64?
You can't make a good Superman game. I don't think it's actually possible. Anyway, yeah, we should wrap up because time.
Right.
Righto.
This has been the Cartwheel and Encore show. So, all right,
So
folks.
stopped moving somewhere in the wilderness a while ago.
I was standing on a mountaintop with Fern, and then he teleported away, and I've been chasing him.
Yes, I'm flying, just drifting around, seeing what I can pick up.
You passed up a billion chests all over the place.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's probably also picked up more than he normally would in the same span of time.
True.
So, all right.
I've been picking up a whole bunch of shiny things this show.
Unfortunately, when I turn to Fleur de Lis, I cannot fly, and I cannot even climb.
Is that a limitation of the character, or is that just the game being weird?
No, that's Fleur de Lis can't use the flight mode, and she can't climb
because she's a giant boss monster. Is why.
Yeah, because she's a transformation, not a separate character.
Incidentally, while I was sitting around, I did the returning player survey.
What did you say?
I told them to fix their damn multiplayer.
I approve.
Yep.
I want them to fix the damn multiplayer.
Fix your damn multiplayer.
Yep. All right, folks. That is all we got for this show. We'll be back next week. I'll hopefully not be stuck on the last boss of Oath and Felgana forever. But the outlook of that game is looking positive so far. If simple game, a lot of fun though. So I'll get back to y'all on that next week, and we'll see where all the other stuff goes. Maybe Fern will finally play some Wua and get to Renacita so he can actually enjoy the game.
Even let him out of his freaking car.
That's true.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
You're almost at the point where you can enjoy the game. You're so close.
Yay!
You just got to get out of this place.
It's one of those games. It's not a good thing when a game says, "Okay, you've just got to get through the first bad bits before you can enjoy it."
I mean, they technically let you skip it. It's just I wouldn't advise it.
Yeah.
I would almost advise it. It's the game that comes the closest to me advising it. But we're talking about a factor of improvement of like 4 times the second you get to Renesita. Like the second you're on that boat with Brant. You are so small
right.
compared to our Sentinel Resonators.
You are the large.
I cannot fly like you two. I am stuck.